applications such as GitHub, or GitHub is like the most common one, really help with that. So these are just a few how we implement these guidelines into our code is what most of my primary function is at Kantar. And this data science process with R looks like. I don't know if it looks intimidating or not, but it could be quite a lot, especially if you're working with lots of data, lots of transform, and very complex packages and dependencies. So the first is pretty much, we usually start off with extracting data in a very raw format. That's either from an API, can be from APIs, it could be emails, it could be text, it could be from systems as well. And we perform some transformations in R. Transformations are usually the data processes that we perform as data scientists, or they could be aggregations. It could also be some a little bit of data science of like linear regression or analysis, anything of that sort. And once this data is transformed, we put it into load, into a form of database, or it could be a cloud blob storage somewhere. And then with that data, we could feed that data into a Shiny app that we've built. We don't want to do a lot of data processing in a Shiny app. You'd want to already use data that's pretty much been processed, the results, or much simpler, where not a lot of computation needs to happen in a Shiny app, and present that in dashboards, and very customized dashboards. Yeah, so that's pretty much Shiny, and it's more flexible, obviously, than other tools like your Tableau and Power BIs. It could be very custom and very nice for the data science community. I really, really enjoy it. The deploy side involves the use of Shiny Proxy as a server. There's obviously multiple ways. There's also like RStudio Connect, and there's also Shiny Server, which is a little bit more complex. I think Shiny Proxy has replaced RStudio in many places because it's proven to be much simpler. And Docker, which is a technology for, which I will speak to in the following slides. And across these processes, there's obviously, I'm just looking a little bit at my time as well. Across these processes, we have to implement logging processes as well. So this is Shiny, as I said, is a web app. So just more into the demo, reasons why we use Shiny and framework for data science. It's just a summary of what I've been preaching the beginning of this presentation. Minimal knowledge is required of HTML or CSS or Java for data scientists. A simple application is straightforward. You can do it 10 minutes, 10 minutes, depending on what you're trying to achieve. But yeah, that's pretty much a good time application. You will see now. As the app gets more complex, following best practice becomes very, very essential. And you find that you always start with something small, a small business requirement, and it always expands. So even if you start building a small app, best practice guidelines from the start is always the better way to go. And Docker is a technology that allows you to pretty much contain your applications. So data scientists can use, we initially had every single application needed to be built using the same R version, the same stuff, and it did not provide the flexibility to explore and to experiment and to innovate. So Docker was pretty much a lifesaver when we moved to this technology, as now you can pretty much work with whatever R package you want, as long as it's security, and you're able deployed, and DevOps is able to cater for whatever version you're using, whatever operating system you're using. So this has been very good. And yeah, so that's pretty much the presentation, just introducing the concept. So as I go through the demo, you'll be able to follow along with some of the things I've said. So it's a video. I see the video. There we go. I'll play the video along, and we'll pause in certain places where I think requires talking. So this is a very basic Shiny app. It's more or less how somebody would start with Shiny. And just want to not sure why. I'm not able to see the controls very well, so I'm just expanding it from here. Because I've got this thing here. Okay. So this is a simple folder structure where you have a folder that would contain your data and would contain all your package dependencies. Packages are pretty much like in Python libraries, something that you would need to get your app to run. You get packages that allow you to run like linear regressions and certain data, like the Plumber package, API packages, data transformation packages, and so forth, would live in a file like that. You have your app, and then you have something called a Docker file. A Docker file, I like to describe it as just something that contains some instructions that the server or the computer must follow to execute your application. So if we look at this Docker file, what it has is one of the important things, especially for R programming, is the base image that you find on Docker Hub. Base image pretty much initially sets up the operating systems, and it also sets up the R itself, RStudio itself, and also contains some base packages that are required. And it could be very large. So you always have to be clever as to which one you are deciding to choose. This next line basically runs an update for any new apps that might exist. Any new updates of any apps that are available. And you want to, these are the first instructions, sort of instructions that you'd want to give to say that first you want to mimic the folder structure that my logo, which is the data, the M file, and the app file. And once those structure is mimicked, and then you copy over like your app, the next line of code duplicates what I was supposed to say, but the next one is you copy your app, you copy your data, you copy the environment and packages, and then once everything is copied, then run your script. You want to then install the packages, all the dependency packages, all the dependency libraries. So the run R script then installs the install rpack.rpack in the M file, which I will show quickly. And then you'd also want to expose your image to a port where you want to access it. And yeah, went by quickly. But that's pretty much what you want. You expose it, and then the last line of to run. And this is a typical Shiny app. This is an app. It's split into two parts, a UI part and a server part. So go back to my UI part, it starts with like, it's a Shiny framework. So the code is to this framework itself, but it's an easy to follow framework, and where you specify your title. And here I am pretty much specifying a layout, and I want a panel. I want a sidebar. I'm specifying that the UI should be a sidebar that contains these amounts of bins with that value. And on my server side, so the UI is saying this is what it must look like, and this is the plot that I want to produce, and it should be called this. When I then get to my server part, I can create a piece of code that says to render the plot, and you always have to reference the ID of the output that you want to produce in your UI. But yeah, I'm not really going into the details on how to build a Shiny app, but essentially it's the server and UI part is Shiny part. The most important thing about understanding, so let's just first see what the Shiny app looks like. So locally on my machine, this is what it looks like. And I want it to look like this on every single machine that I am going to, when users access it, a machine I'm going to deploy on. The most important part is this last part. I don't know if it shows clearly in this video, but where you can see that there's a, right here at the bottom, there's a port, making sure you specify the port. Right now I'm just specifying the, going to run it locally and make the app itself is written as a variable. So that is pretty much the most important part about if you want to containerize your Shiny app. And saves, include making sure that part is included. And saying it's included. Okay, I'm just gonna fast forward a bit. So this is then going to the M file, which contains that install packages. For now, the only package I'm using is Shiny. The other packages come with the base Docker image itself. So I have to include anything in this simple app. Data, just for illustrative purposes, in our data. But yeah, that's how you would do it. And the next step is going into your command line. And the first step is, is you'd want to first go into the working directory where your app exists. In this case, directory, well, it's in my data science and production directory. So I'll go into that directory. And then after that, I can run the command docker build, add the tag in which I specify my Docker image, the image name itself. And the most important thing is the space and the dot. And then it's, luckily, it's pre-recorded. Why I pre-recorded it is because this could take a very long time. And it's nice to be able to just fast forward and not really do this live. So it starts running all of those list of instructions that you've got. And here is the install our package script that it's now running and installing that dependency. So the image now is built, and now you want to run it. So this is the part where once you run it, you have to specify RM saying that you want to, the image should be removed from your computer once you've stopped the container, just to free up some space. You specify the port, that ports that I've got, and then you specify the image name. Just ignore that it's different. It's mostly because I was double testing the image itself, but it's the same thing. So just, so and then you specify the image name, Shiny Docker. And this is a common error. So I left this error on purpose. It's a common error that sometimes your port might already be in use. And how you can do that is you can see the list of containers that are still running. And yes, it tells you that it's being used, and then you can decide to stop it by command docker stop and including that container ID. That pretty much stops your container, and then the Docker run. And yeah, port I need to go to. So I use, because I'm using Windows, I have to say localhost and then the port. That doesn't work. And you see now, this is exactly what. So you then know that if I build this on any machine that's not mine, it will run exactly the same way. So that's pretty much how you would deploy a simple Shiny app. Well, we haven't deployed it yet to the server, but this is a local test to say that, okay, it builds and it works. If you do want to deploy it to, so let's say we deploy it to Docker. If you want to make your image accessible to everybody, or in your own organization, you probably have your own private repository, but in this case, I'm using a public repository on Docker Hub. I can share this image on Docker Hub. And how I share that image is by pushing it to Docker Hub, but I'll first create a repository for it, and I'll just call it something like a test repository. And then do my command line, and then I'll first log in. Obviously, you have to have some credentials that allows you to log in. Authenticates, gets you in. Then you can run some command like Docker tag. You first have to tag the image. It's pretty much just keeping track of the various versions that they are. In most cases, you would just take the latest version that it is, that's there. So that's repo. But Docker tag command is pretty simple. You can say the Shiny app that you've built, name on Docker Hub, the repository, and then the tag. So you get that you want that image to associate. I think there was, so there was a couple, some in interesting area that's very common is making sure that it's very space sensitive. So you always have to be very careful with the spaces. And once you've done your Docker tag, you can do your Docker push, which is pretty much the same. And once you've done the Docker push, you would know, it will tell you or not. You can go to Docker Hub itself and check out the image. I think this is a Docker pool. Okay, yeah, so there's the image itself, test image 0.1. Now it's on Docker Hub, and someone can pull this. If it's public, someone can run a Docker pull that image, build machine, and then run your app and run the application with ease without having to set up their environments in R themselves and running through, which is the benefits of this. In most cases, you would publish this to a specific server, have the application run on that server, and people will get a URL link that allows them to run on that server. I think the next phase is just talking more about how Docker pool works. Yeah, so that's Docker Hub. Yeah, so this is a Docker pull code where it's pretty much the same, your username, your repository name, and the tag, and that would pretty much pull the image into your local, and then you can run it. But that's what I wanted to demonstrate, is how it's not as intimidating as it appears to be. Like when I first started deploying Shiny applications, thought that, oh, I'm not really a software engineer. I'm not. I don't know where to begin. I don't know where to start. But when I started, I wrote down this tutorial and I wrote it on step by step, just so that I can remember exactly what was going on, what I was doing. And I think if you have data scientists in your company or junior data scientists, it's always good to give them something like this to start off with, when they start off with, to learn the concepts of production, to learn the concepts of environment, to learn the concepts of dependencies, and to facilitate, it really helps to facilitate the conversations between your DevOps and your data scientists, and educating people on best practices. It's always a challenge when people say that, well, on my local machine, on their local machine, they'll be like, oh, I'm able to deploy my app, and it's not even in any proper standard. But yeah, they tend to think multiple ways of working, and I think I should just go into my next slide because that's what it explains. But in essence, it's saved me. Now you get to see my messy desktop. It saved me quite a lot of hustle when I need to explain why certain things need to be a certain way, why certain standards need to be followed. A very simple application with a nice, with a simple structure. And if you want to do this tutorial on your own, and how to deploy an app using R, you can, well, I think these presentations should be available afterwards. You can follow these little rules where it's pretty much what I was going through before about your Shiny app into a Docker container. The first step is pretty much creating the Docker file itself, copying files, install dependencies, having the correct port, make sure it's in the correct working directory, and then running the app itself, having Swift run the app itself. And then there is a list of typical Docker commands that you need to use. And then there is also push Docker Hub, making it public so others can use it. And there is, so this is where I stopped before I stopped myself from going ahead of my presentation, is that what I demonstrated earlier is just one process. Typically, you have many data scientists in your organization working on different applications and different needs. Some would even build custom packages, so things can get very complex very quickly. And that's where the emphasis on standards, emphasis on processes, the emphasis on guidelines is so important. And if you really want to get into a lot of that detail about type of complex Shiny app and folder structures, one of my favorite one is engineering production grade Shiny apps, which is, and there's also another framework called Mastering Shiny. The approach I took is pretty much try to take the best elements of the two and produced pretty much our own best practice standards that suits more of the type of applications that we are building in our organization. But these really provide a nice start as to where you want to begin in setting guidelines and things like that. And that is it. yeah, I think that's still have at least some time for questions. So if anybody's got a lot of questions, and hopefully I did not move too fast. Yeah, but let me know.
Give me a few seconds. Wendy's here.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we do have questions. So let me just go back and find them in our chat. And just to remind people that across the top of the navigation bar, it says general, under chat, general stage, and there's a Q&A. So feel free with any of the speakers to post your questions in there and we'll get to them. The first question asked was, I am new to ML or machine learning. Is R preferred over Python?
No, but I should say it really depends on what you're trying to do. I find that there are certain tasks and things that are easier in R, especially working in our industry, market research. We do a lot of statistics, and R comes with a lot of built-in statistical packages. So it really suits the type of problems that we are trying to solve. And the bottleneck with R is the production side, and that's why it's such a big part of my job, understanding how to productionize R, because it doesn't talk with a lot of other languages very well like Python does. So Python talks very well with a lot of other languages, which makes it to integrate. It makes it easy to integrate testing frameworks that are Python-based or maybe another language-based, and it's easy for you to recruit somebody who's got there's so many developers that know Python. So if you want them to take over from your team to take over from your app where they deploy it, easier with Python. And that's where the preference really comes in for a lot of people. And I bring a lot of machine learning, Python community. And I think that's really the main reason.
Okay, thanks. Next question is, Shiny applications are meant to be simple. However, engineering a production grade Shiny app seems complex. Why bother building Shiny apps in production instead of using something like Flask?
Well, that question, for me, the simple answer to that is it's pretty much the same as before, where Shiny allows if you don't have to learn a new language. I think that is like the biggest motivating factor for most data scientists, is that I don't have to learn a new language. Most data scientists come from our backgrounds, from academics and stuff, and that makes it easier to use. And there is a big Shiny is growing significantly. Its repositories and the amount of work and development that's going on in Shiny, it's quite significant. It's easier to use, easier for data scientists to use than Flask. It's a big community, so I think it's more about just ease and quicker for people to produce that type of app. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. And the next question is, how do you get people to adhere to standards?
It's hard, but the way is like, for example, presentations like these that kind of show them the consequences of what happens if you don't, why we want things in a package format, why we want things in a specific way. And you implement continuous integration pipelines. So we have pipelines where we've implemented like that do a lot of quality checks. So they would check that, do you have enough code coverage? Do you have sufficient unit tests for the code that you're trying to deploy? Is your app a package? Does it have a description file? So we do a lot of checks in our the build process that prevents people from, so they know that, okay, if I'm not going to comply, then I'm not going to get my app deployed. enforcing those standards as well, but having regular workshops, having a shiny community in your organization, community, and just showing people why we have why we're doing things a certain way, really helps.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, best practices. Next question. Do I need to know DevOps? I've done a little and it was difficult, like AWS and Google Cloud.
Yes, that's why I've got I made this for myself as well, because I did not really know DevOps at all when I started. It helps to know a little bit. It helps to know to a simple one DevOps 101 as a data, if you're working as a data scientist. But if you're working in a startup, you're most likely going to be needing to know a lot of DevOps. But if you're working on a bigger, more mature organizations, it's less. It becomes the need to know DevOps is a little bit. The need to understand it is so essential. The need to understand, I would say, the need to understand more of those coding best practices is a bit more higher than the need to really know DevOps. But understanding the DevOps process is beneficial. In some cases you do get thrown in the deep end and you end up doing DevOps work, but you really shouldn't be focusing on. Really should have a dedicated team, because it's a big monster of its own. There's a security, a lot of pen testing and things that's much bigger than than what I've pretty much presented. Yeah.
Okay. There's a sort of side question with another participant who answered. Somebody asked, how can we learn C++? And it is quite hard. And down someone answered, to learn C++, I suggest going to LeetCode and trying the easy problems. And I'll leave that if any GDG members want to say what they suggest when people ask about learning new, where they suggest going. There's a lot of places to go to learn a new language. Next question is, why collect data? Like, what kinds of businesses need to collect data and why?
So we work, for example, sometimes social media data, and want to use that for certain projects that we have, and want to use that to enhance our understanding of certain market analytics and stuff. So sometimes we contract people to get that data. Most likely we contract people to get that data for us. Obviously, because of the new laws and regulations, it's better to get contracting. And you need and that's how we get some data. There's a lot of APIs. I don't know if you've used, I use a lot of Microsoft, and there's a lot of APIs available that can allow you to get a lot of information that can enhance. So sometimes you could be doing something and your model might not be giving you very good results, but you can find there's a lot of publicly available data with an API that can help enrich your current analysis and make it better. So that's one of the big motivations on getting data.
Okay. There was a follow-up, but you might have answered it because they said they understand the presentation, but what is this meant for? So I think, I don't know, unless you read something else into it, you gave an example of, social media, unless there's something else you want to say.
Yeah, but there's also like a lot of the processes in your company would generate data, and you'd have to go get that data. Processes for to do what you need to do.
Okay. Is Shiny application free?
Yes, it's open source.
Next question. Should we always push to Docker for containerization, or can we use Kubernetes as well, or does it depend on the project?
They work together. I think like Docker, I think Kubernetes is more like, I've never gone into much detail with it, but it's more when you have a lot more applications and you want to streamline things. but yes, it works together. They all work together, and yeah.
Okay. And last question here is, do you have demo code on GitHub?
I'll publish that. I do have a GitHub. It's Sam VDM. I do have I think I do actually have this code there. I wrote a whole blog post on data science in production as well on my webpage.
Okay, great. Well, that's all I see for questions here. So thank you very much, Samantha. Oh, and here comes Anna and Linda.
Samantha, actually, if you share with us your post, when we will send a follow-up email to all the attendees, we can send the link for them to read it if they are interested. So everything you share with us, it will be shared with the attendees.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Samantha. That was awesome. I hope everybody is enjoying this. And thank you, Linda, for posting all the links for the rewards. For Uber Eats, I should say, the first 50 people who claim and use their vouchers are in. Please order a snack or lunch or coffee till the end of the event. And now we touched on the subject, how important analytics is. And we have the honor to continue with that topic with a super specialist area. We have Brian Suk on the stage. Brian, thank you for joining us. He is an ex-Googler, the company you can think of. Now he's an associate CTO for data engineering and analytics at SADA. SADA is, correct me if I'm wrong, Brian, they're the premier partner or partner of the year for Google Cloud for 3 years in a row.
3 years in a row, yep.
Yes, yes. So they must be fantastic if you left Google for them. Brian helps to lead SADA's data strategy. His passion is to help customers unlock the value of their data. And he also focuses on cloud technology and sustainability. We did have a link to his article about that. As you know, sustainability is very important. Maybe we should have a separate session on this, but Google Cloud is the greenest cloud. And let me just share my screen quick for you to see what our topic is. And so Brian will talk about the key announcements from Google Next. But Google Next was virtual. It was the same experience for all of us. So we encourage you to ask questions and also share what was your favorite takeaway. What do you think was the biggest announcement? And of course, ask any analytics questions. Thank you, Brian. The floor is yours.
Cool. Thank you for introducing me. I appreciate everybody's time. And just a warning at the beginning, you're probably going to see me wobble a little bit. And that's because I'm on a balance board and I'm in the middle of marathon training. And I just ran 17 miles before this. So my legs are a little bit weak. So if you see me kind of shaking back and forth, that's probably why. But I did want to share a little bit of a presentation. So I appreciate everyone's time on this Saturday afternoon and sharing that with us. And no, that's not what I wanted. There we go. And unless someone unmutes and shouts at me, I'm going to assume that you can hear me and that the presentation is coming out fine. So as previously mentioned, my name is Brian Suk. I do appreciate your time today on a weekend, spending it with us to learn about what's going on with Google Cloud. Did somebody unmute?
And we can see everything perfect.
Perfect, thank you. So I am the Associate CTO for Data Engineering and Analytics here at SADA. I did spend about 5 years at Google Cloud, and for anyone who's heard me speak before, you will know that I am an avid enthusiast of puns, and what I love to do for every presentation is open up with one of the corniest jokes I can think of. So I'm going to hit you with a random joke right now. Why was the borrowed money happy to be returned? Because it wasn't alone anymore. And because this is just one directional audio, I'm going to assume there is raucous laughter in everyone's seats right now from all these different states and different places you're joining us, and everyone's smiling, and we can talk about cloud stuff. So every year, for those of you who don't know, Google Cloud annually around September, October, November range, there's always a conference that happens for about a week. It used to be in person pre-COVID, and it was virtual this year and last year. And this is kind of when all the announcements that Google Cloud engineering teams and product teams have been working on to create new solutions that you can leverage in your own projects. And Google Next is when everything kind of gets announced. There's a big fanfare around it, and there is a slew of new different products, and sometimes it can be a little bit overwhelming. So I did want to talk about some of the things that did stick out to me, so we can hopefully filter out a little bit and focus on some of the things that might be of interest to you. Outside of the data space, there have been a number of different advancements in some key areas. And I think some things that are worth calling out is around compute to start off with. So Google Distributed Cloud is probably one of the things that has gotten a lot of the biggest fanfare. And this is really the ability for yourselves as engineers and all the customers of Google Cloud's platform to be able to use Google native services either on the edge in edge location data centers or within your own data centers as well, and still being able to leverage a lot of the native Google Cloud constructs that you're used to and manage that all within the GCP console to be able to have that single pane of infrastructure no matter where it is. So if you think about use cases around telco or regulated industries, or if you have things where data locality is important and it needs to be on premises, then this kind of solution becomes very important to you. Advancements in GKE, or Google's Kubernetes engine, is also constantly evolving. And one of the biggest things that was announced is around autopilot. And this is really the ability to sort of have Google's algorithms not 100%, but sort of help with a lot of the self-management around your clusters. So things around utilization, node pool sizes, and things of that nature can be offloaded to the automated tasks so that you can right-size your cluster, save money, but still be able to have highly performant applications when your demand goes up. One other thing to call out that was a little bit before Google's next conference, but is still, I think, worth mentioning, is around the Tau VM family. And this is especially important when you start doing a lot of processing that's highly parallel, and you need large virtual machine farms to do that kind of work. And what's interesting around Tau is that because it leverages third-generation AMD chipsets, what's really cool about it is for a lot of these distributed workloads, you can have very, very high-performant data processing jobs and bulk batch applications be able to do this in highly parallel environments at significantly lower cost. So if you have tasks or applications that are highly parallelized, this is definitely something you want to look into. Security, there was a number of announcements around, beyond corp advancements and a lot of things around logging, monitoring. GCAT is definitely worth calling out, and that is Google's cybersecurity action team. And really, that is a sort of concierge service of Google security experts that will work with you if you have specialized needs around security that are really specialized to your industry or use case, or something that may be not as common or is very, very complex. So having this kind of team available for those kind of use cases becomes very, very valuable, because now you have deep expertise that you can tap into within Google security expertise. And since I am a huge nut about BigQuery, I think Auto DLP is probably something that I'm most interested in. And this is really the ability to have data loss prevention and the identification, obfuscation, masking, and processing of highly sensitive, personally identifiable information, health information, credit cards, things of that nature, be able to be processed and identified within BigQuery on an ongoing basis, so that the security becomes more of a passive task that you don't have to think about as much, and you can be notified when these kind of pieces of data comes into your environment. So those are some pretty cool things that came up in that area. And of course, it wouldn't be a Google conference if there weren't a slew of machine learning and artificial intelligence things that came out. And the things that caught my eye were around Vertex AI Workbench and the introduction of Jupyter notebooks that are now fully integrated into the ML and AI suite, as well as Google's Data Cloud suite, and the AI platform extensions too. So there have been, for the last number of years, a number of applications that have been built to try to ease the incorporation of machine learning and artificial intelligence capabilities into your applications, so that, for a lot of ML and AI commonly used tasks, you don't necessarily have to be a deep learning or machine learning scientist, or you don't have to have a PhD in computational and mathematical theory and all that kind of stuff. So the extension and constant evolution of these platforms for application-based ML and AI that you can incorporate into your solutions, the fact that Google is constantly investing in that is really telling about the direction that Google believes the AI and ML space is going to go in. And so to see this constantly expand with new features, in this case around contract document artificial intelligence, customer care artificial intelligence, these are applications that are commonly used across a number of different industries that you can now leverage within your own application suite. So moving more towards the data cloud, there are a number of different things that have made it in there. And this year was really special, I think, because the sheer number of data cloud related announcements, it is way more than I could ever fit into 1, 2, or 3 slides. So things around data ingestion, you have CDC capabilities coming in, you have all this different stuff around being able to integrate and manage data. And those are all things that have announcements around them. But the things that really caught my eye were these 3. So the Postgres interface for Cloud Spanner, I think in the context of Google Cloud Spanner, is a definite game changer. For those of you who aren't aware with what Cloud Spanner is, Cloud Spanner is essentially Google's managed service for a globally consistent relational transactional database at scale. And this is really cool because whether it's tens of thousands or millions or tens of millions transactions per second, you can now have a fully managed service that manages all the infrastructure, all the consistency, and all that stuff around it for you. And all you have to do is learn how to interface with it. Previously, one of the biggest hurdles to adoption was around the fact that you did have to learn a custom API set for Cloud Spanner, and Google SQL is still SQL-based, but it is its own specialized dialect of it. And one of the things that Google has been working on and just has been announced at Google Cloud Next is the Postgres interface. And since Postgres, when you look at the market space, Postgres seems to be the database that is very, very widely commonly used. A lot of people know how to use it, and the syntax around it have a lot of applicability for pre-built applications on top of that. And to ease adoption and to increase the level of portability of applications onto Cloud Spanner, the introduction of this interface is a game changer to me, because now it means that if you are familiar with Postgres, you now know how to work with Cloud Spanner. And that really, really lowers, in my mind, the barrier to entry to leveraging the power that really is Cloud Spanner. And if you are interested in the inner workings of how Cloud Spanner works, there actually is a number of white papers around it that are on the Google's white paper site. And they're actually quite a fascinating read, but that's a multi-hour session in and of itself. So we're going to move on a little bit to Spark. And there have been a number of announcements in Spark, and they're moving into the serverless space. So if you wanted to run Spark jobs on Google Cloud, there were a number of different ways to doing this previously, whether it was rolling your own Hadoop cluster on Google's virtual machine infrastructure. You could also deploy Dataproc clusters, and Dataproc is Google Cloud's managed service for managed Hadoop, open source Hadoop clusters. So you could provision a cluster on Dataproc and submit your Spark jobs on there. But what's a little bit of a game changer now is the ability to leverage a completely serverless infrastructure to submit your Spark jobs onto Google Cloud's Data Cloud. And by doing so, they're also starting to embed this into a number of different applications as well. So whether it's machine learning, whether it's AI stuff, or now whether it's Spark data processing jobs, the overall vision to the Data Cloud is to be able to leverage a lot of these functions all across different interfaces and different products as part of this platform. So Spark, as an example, you can leverage the serverless capabilities directly within BigQuery. You can use that directly within Vertex AI, or you can use it in Dataplex. There's a number of different ways you can leverage this, but the fact that this capability is now being embedded and incorporated and integrated into the broader Data Cloud is a true testament to this vision of a platform where everything is going to be interoperable, and that you can leverage all the capabilities and value of one thing within the context of another. And so this is a big step towards going towards that direction. The last one on the right is around BigQuery snapshots. And I do know that this is not necessarily the most snazziest thing out there, and it's not going to make headlines. But if you've ever worked with large databases and BigQuery databases in general and tried to put it into production, you know that backup's going to be a big issue. And the fact that snapshots finally exist now, to me, it's one of those small little things that I think has a big impact in production environments. So even though it's not, very snazzy, I'm putting it up here because I think it's important. So at a high level, those are three areas where I think, those are some of the big headlines I think that are worth mentioning. I do want to dig a little bit deeper into two specific announcements that were made that I think are worth spending a little bit more time into. The first one of the two is around BigQuery Omni. So to start, when we look at data environments across different organizations, I think one of the challenges that we commonly see is the fact that, as much as Google would love everyone's data to be in Google Cloud, the reality when you look at infrastructure that has evolved over time is that you're going to find data all over the place. So data within Azure environments, data within AWS environments, and then you have data within BigQuery and GCP. The question then comes, how do you start to work with these different not only different silos of data, but silos across different clouds? All right. And just a brief primer on what BigQuery is for those of you who aren't aware. If you look at the left side of this diagram, that's essentially BigQuery is Google's managed service for petabyte scale data warehousing in a serverless and fully managed infrastructure. So it's built off of a highly parallelized environment where you do not have to think about nodes or hard disks or any infrastructure itself. All the storage is decoupled from the compute power, and both storage and compute is fully serverless and fully managed for you. So quite simply, and there's a little bit more nuance to it, but at a high level, you can point BigQuery to some sort of data, tell it to ingest it, it'll fully manage it, it'll back it up, it'll encrypt it, and then you can query it on demand. And we'll show you an example of how that works as well. What BigQuery Omni represents is that sort of same BigQuery engine across different environments. And what Google has done is it has taken a lot of the BigQuery engine and it has reworked it into a portable environment that they have now been able to deploy within separate cloud environments. And what this allows you to do is it allows you to look at data both within BigQuery itself, and it lets you look at data within other clouds as well and look at it in the same BigQuery interface, so you can manage it from one UI. If we dig a little bit deeper, when we start looking at BigQuery within different regions, and then we start extending this to different clouds, right now it does extend into AWS and it does extend into Microsoft Azure. And if you have a lot of different files and a lot of different data objects in S3 or Azure Storage, this now gives you the capability to use BigQuery to query this data that's sitting on other clouds. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to break for a second, and I'm going to actually show you what that looks like. Yes, so what we're looking at is the BigQuery interface right now. And so if you're, yeah, so I'm just going to, just to give you a quick example for those of you who have not seen the interface before. On the left side, we see a lot of our data sets that you have. And then on the right, you have your query interfaces. So right now, this is split screen into showing me information about a particular table. And then I can query it as well. So these are, at its highest level, you have your different data objects, and then you have them within your project. Now, you might notice, for those of you looking at it closely, there's this little button here that says external connections. And what I've gone ahead and done is I've actually predefined a connection that lets BigQuery know that I want to go into my AWS account and then have access to my S3 storage buckets. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to flip over to my S3 management console. And let me go back to the high-level screen. And we are going to define this table in real time. So right now, let me go back to my S3 overview. So right now, I have a S3 bucket called Suk BQ Omni Test, and that I stuck that in US East 1. And quite simply, there's just a single CSV in there that I just kind of mocked up and threw in there. So if you want to see what that looks like, we're going to open this up. And this is an incredibly simple file. And all I've really done is put in an ID number column, first name, last name, and I put states in there. Not a particularly complex example, but I'm just trying to illustrate the point that I just have some sort of piece of data sitting on an S3 bucket. Let's leave that. And I'm going to take the S3 URI here and copy that. And then I'm going to use that information to create what's called an external table within BigQuery that points to my S3 bucket. So what's really interesting about BigQuery external tables is it originally started as a capability for BigQuery to be able to source different files within Google Cloud Storage buckets. And the working example is that if you have data within native BigQuery storage, and let's say you had a Parquet or Avro file sitting somewhere on a Google Cloud Storage or GCS bucket somewhere, the external table capability allows you to just point your external table to that file in your GCS bucket, then be able to query it on demand in addition to your native BigQuery tables. Really what BigQuery Omni is doing is taking that same concept and extending it to different clouds. So I'm going to create a table, and you can see here Google Cloud Storage is an option, and that is the external table functionality that I was just referring to. You can also use Google Cloud Bigtable, but you see an option that says S3 down here. And this shows up because I have previously defined that connection that I showed you earlier. And here I'm going to plug in my S3 URI. And this does support a number of different file formats like Avro, Parquet, JSON, but I'm going to choose CSV because that's what I have. I'm going to call this customers, external table. And then here I have previously defined my connection, so I'm going to leverage that, and I'm going to auto detect. So let's create that table. And here you can tell it has automatically detected ID, first name, last name, state. And then we're going to query it. And then there you go. what this has done is this has dispatched my select star statement to the BigQuery engine, and BigQuery knows that this lives on S3, so it has relayed that query over to the managed BigQuery infrastructure on AWS. It has read and processed my CSV on my bucket, and then it has returned the results back to Google Cloud's BigQuery, and it surfaces back to me. So the data itself is not complicated, but you can start to see how you can query information from different clouds and still be able to see it within a single pane of glass. And that is, in essence, what the value prop of BigQuery Omni is. So I'm going to flip back to my presentation again and show you one last thing that I do want to go over, moving on from BigQuery Omni. And the other thing that was a big announcement at Google Cloud Next was a number of different commitments and releases and announcements around the sustainability space. And there's a number of different commitments to be carbon free, and Google Cloud and Google itself as an entirety is actually currently is and continues to aim to be the most carbon neutral, zero emissions, close to zero emissions as possible, and the greenest cloud that you can run your workloads on. And what's been interesting is there were a number of different customers that have actually chosen Google Cloud specifically because of that reason. So what we're noticing now is a lot of different enterprises and customers have sustainability goals around their own processing of infrastructure. And so choosing where you run your cloud and what kind of a carbon footprint impact you have is actually key to that decision. And that's surprisingly, a lot of more and more customers are starting to use this as a significant weighing metric to decide where they want to go. Up until now, Google has always published a lot of information around the metrics around how Google's infrastructure does with regards to renewable energy and carbon footprint and all the metrics that they can provide for that kind of information. But what's really cool is that now they've introduced the idea of being able to tell you as a customer what your specific carbon footprint is. So if you go to the Google Cloud Console and you go to the upper left-hand menu and you scroll through the products, you will see an icon for carbon footprint, and that takes you to a dashboard that looks exactly like this. And for your billing accounts, it will actually aggregate by project, by product, by region, what your specific carbon emissions are for the workloads that you're doing. And it's really interesting because different regions, different data centers have different power consumption. All the power grids are a little bit different. So the carbon footprint for each region, interestingly, does differ. And so understanding what your footprint is actually really important to figuring out where you want to put your workloads if carbon footprints and sustainability is important to you. And I'm going to show you where that icon is. Actually, the easier way is just to search for it. Yeah, so if you click that, it will actually take you to the dashboard, and I encourage you all to enable it. So the first time you go into the dashboard, you need to enable it, and it takes some time for the data to start trickling through. But if you do have a Google Cloud project, I do urge you all to go in there and enable it and start to play around with the dashboards that are in there. This is actually linked to some of my production work. And it has some of my customer specific information in there. So I don't want to show it to you because I know this is being recorded and I don't want to have customer specific things show up on there. But it's not a paid product you have to opt into. You all have access to it now. So you can just go and kind of click the button and then see the dashboards for yourself. Although one last thing I do want to show in this tool is the ability to export it too. So the dashboard within the Cloud Console is great, but it's really cool once you're able to export that data into something like BigQuery so that you can start to query it over time. And that, I think, is where the true power is, because then you can start to analyze it, your carbon footprint over time for different products and make dashboards and have a historical analysis of it. One of the capabilities within BigQuery, you'll see, previously I was in the SQL workspace. You have a number of different tools here. And one of the things that's built in is called data transfers. And the BigQuery data transfer service allows you to create scheduled transfers from a number of different places. So whether it's Redshift, Teradata, Amazon S3, you can create schedules of how you want your data to come in from different places. And one of the really interesting things about this is you will see that Google Cloud Carbon Footprint exports is one of the new options on here. And what this will do is allow you to define a data set where you can schedule on a daily basis that same carbon footprint info for your specific billing accounts to be able to be transferred into BigQuery where you can do some analysis on it. So if I go to data transfers here, you'll see that for myself, I have my on-demand, I have my carbon footprint information being exported out on a daily basis. And then that actually comes into something that looks like this. And let me switch to the previous interface. Sometimes that does glitch out, so I go to my old trusty one. And you'll see here that if you look at the schema, it gives you the amount. Of carbon footprint emissions that you have. It gives it to you by location, by service, and so on and so forth. So I'm going to select star, accept billing account ID, projects. Yeah, that should do it. So let me exclude those two because that's my sensitive information, but the rest of it is not sensitive information. So it gives you the actual product number, which maps to the Google Cloud SKU IDs. It gives you the human readable name, and it gives you locations and regions if applicable. And it gives you more information on there. So let's go with usage month, service.description, location.location, and I'm going to do a typo if I do that by hand, so let's go with that. And sorry, let's do a sum. Group by usage month, description, location. What am I missing? Order by usage month, sending CO2 sum. I'm going to see if my SQL syntax on the fly works, and it does. So now you can start to see I'm divvying this out by usage month, and now it gives me a little bit more information around the different services, and more specifically the regions and locations and the carbon footprint that I am emitting on my projects that I'm doing. And you've seen that I've actually, because this is some information that I'm working with, I have not selected project ID or project name. But if you add those columns in, you can actually drill down specifically into the specific projects that are consuming and emitting that carbon. So you can start to really dig deep into the information and start to optimize where you want to deploy your services, because sometimes some regions are emitting more carbon than others, and you may want to re-architect your solution to be able to lower your carbon footprint. And being able to do that with your cloud application deployments, I think is really cool and is really impactful. And this is something that's in public preview right now, so it is not a GA product, but it is public. So I urge all of you to go into your consoles and enable it and start to play around with this information, because I think it's important. So yeah, those are some of the things that I wanted to go through. I urge you to look at some of the newsletters and announcement blog posts that have come out. Google itself has released a lot of them. SADA has also. We've published our own list of things that we think are important. Different groups and different companies have all posted a lot of really good summaries out there. So I urge you to look at what's new and see what's out there. And I'm excited to see what you all build with it. And with that, we do have a small little survey that I would like to ask all of you to go to. And it's just a couple of different questions around what do you think is most interesting to you around the announcements that are a part of Google Cloud Next? What do you think are are areas that you would love to see more information on? And this is a little high five, because I think high fives are awesome, and I miss doing that in real life before COVID hit. So the high five is a requirement that is non-negotiable, but everything else is optional. And with that, I do thank you again for your time, and that's all the material I wanted to cover. And I'll keep an eye on the survey, and I'll show some of the results of that survey in a bit, but I am open for a few questions.
That's awesome. Thank you, Brian. This was super informative. We have Wendy to take care of the questions. I just wanted to add the number one reason people use Google Cloud. It's an unbelievable tool, super fast. You could never do this yourself, and you don't have to do anything. And also, as Brian said,
Dana, the link, it says you need permissions.
Oh, sorry about that. Give me 1 second. Anyone with the link? Okay, try refreshing it. That should do it.
To generate another short link.
Ooh, okay. Let me... All right. We're debugging on the fly here. Okay, try that one.
All right, fantastic. Linda, will you paste? Yeah, just to continue the... Yes? Brian, it was fascinating to see the carbon data. In case you didn't know, Google Cloud uses renewable energy. So every every email, YouTube video has zero carbon footprint. So that's another reason to use Google products. But Wendy, please continue with the Q&A. And if anybody wants to share, please use the link you can see about the Google Cloud announcement.
Okay, thanks, Anna. Thanks, Brian. That was a great talk. We do have some questions here. The first one is, what is the use case for BigQuery Omni?
Yeah, so common, there's a number of different reasons you would use it. I think some of the ones that come top of mind are, if you have, let's say, multi-cloud deployments and you have some infrastructure on AWS and GCP, and let's say you have data pipelines that are feeding S3 buckets, and those are in production, but you don't necessarily want to move it because you don't want to re-architect or migrate the pipelines. So let's say you want to not disrupt that, but you still want to use BigQuery, and you have other data feeding BigQuery. That is one good reason why you'd want to do it, because that allows you to still maintain your AWS infrastructure, but still leverage something like BigQuery on AWS and GCP data. Sometimes there's resiliency reasons, like sometimes you want your DR on something like AWS or Azure on another second cloud, so you want to maintain the data there. Sometimes some people just want to not move it. As part of a migration, they don't want to pay the egress cost from AWS, or they don't want to keep maintaining replication into BigQuery. So sometimes it's just easier to query off of it instead of moving the data constantly. There's a ton more, but those are some of, just off the top of my head, reasons why I would.
Okay, great. Yep. Next question.
Sorry, everyone... Brian, just real quick, the permissions are still not... set to everyone. for some
Ooh.
reason. I thought you did that, but
Huh.
we got feedback that the link is still.
Anyone on the internet with the link can.
I mean, you can
You know,
put a long link in the chat if it works, or if that's the reason.
You know, there's always something.
It sounds like it looks like the editing is enabled for everyone.
Ooh, probably shouldn't be allowing everyone to edit. Now that I think about it.
Or anyone. Well, if you need to fill out things, you need to.
I'll keep figuring this out, but if you want to move through the questions,
well, keep talking. And it's displaying, so I don't know if you want to keep showing your screen or what, just to let you know. I don't know. Someone posted a question: is everyone being constantly monitored? I don't know if that part goes to you. Is there a free tier in BigQuery for learning?
Yes, there. Also, let's try this one. Hopefully this works. And if this last one doesn't work, then I think we can probably just skip it. Yes, there is. So if you go to, I will try it in a second, but if you, I think the URL is cloud.google.com/free, I think. Let me, yes, that is the right URL. So it's cloud.google.com/free. And that actually takes you to the landing site for Google Cloud's free tier. So there's two levels of it. The first level is that you get $300 in free credits. And if memory serves me right, it's been a while, but that does go for 12 months, I believe. And you can leverage that for a year. The other thing you should be aware of, and this is actually documented on that website, is that every product, and this is really cool, but every product has a certain level of consumption that is absolutely free forever. So if you, let's say you're not using let's say it's been past a year and you don't have your credits anymore. For example, if you have a gigabyte of data in BigQuery, I think, or whatever that limit, if you have it under that limit, and let's say you query under that limit as well, it won't charge you. So there's always a certain level that will always be free. These are consumption things that can be monitored in the billing console as well. So you can set alerts if you're hitting a certain threshold to make sure you're not going to have price overrun. You can also have caps. So you can set certain levels of consumption that you want it to stop at. So you can kind of lock it down a little bit. So there's a number of different cost controls you can leverage, but that's the long way of saying, yes, there is a free tier.
Okay.
Yep.
Is there a certification you can get in BigQuery?
So BigQuery, not specifically, but there is a data engineering certification that, way back when I actually helped write it. But the data engineering certification does cover data pipelines. It does cover some MLAI, and it does cover BigQuery. So as part of the learning path for the DE certification, you will have to become familiar with BigQuery. And being able to pass that does sort of signify to the world that you have some level of skill within BigQuery.
Okay. That is all that is entered in the Q&A tab there, Anna.
Cool. I'm going to see if anyone's able to get through, and it looks like it doesn't work. So that was
yes, Brian, there's still now it says you need access. So
I think you still have to give access to
ask for permission, to grant permissions.
Oh, actually, it's okay. We can just skip that.
If you give edit permissions, they should be able only to answer. If you add collaborators, they can edit your form. who is not a collaborator, has only editor permissions, they can answer to your form. So I think you should be good, only give editor permissions.
Yeah, see, I certified in Google Cloud and not Workspace, which is why.
We are
I
not
thought Workspace was part of Google Cloud, Brian.
There's separate work streams for that, and this is where I start to show my weaknesses. But yeah,
No,
sorry about that.
I also am under the impression that the form should be editable for everyone.
It's okay. We tried. But yeah, cool. Are there any other questions? Or
I think we've answered the questions, and we are at time. But Brian, please come back. We'd love to continue with Google Cloud. We do Google Cloud study jams. We do quick labs. So the audience, our audiences would love to get more practical experience. So we'll be in touch with you. You're not off the hook.
cool. Happy to help.
And thank you. This was fascinating to know all the greatest announcements from Google Next. Thank
Absolutely.
you so much.
Thank you.
Fantastic. So, Linda, please, we can continue. And now we ask for the audience participation. Let's bring Mark Diaz on the stage. You can share your camera and your mic. Thank you so much for joining us. So everybody here has a chance to contribute to responsible AI. Mark will talk more about the AI research scientist at Google, focuses on social bias and the use of algorithmic technologies to analyze human behavior, and particularly the behaviors of underrepresented social groups. So everyone a chance to participate in the survey that Mark will share. And one of the big prizes we talked about today, the bigger Google Nest Hub Max, will be yours. If you participate and share your email, we'll do the Wheel of Names spin. So one of our prizes is tied to this study. Mark, for joining. Responsible AI is very important, and I'm glad to have Wendy here. We previously had a fantastic on ethical AI. So Wendy is also very well versed in this area. But Mark, please present your study. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you for having me. Let me quickly share my slides. Okay, great. So thank you for the introduction. My name is Mark. So I'm on the ethical AI team at Google. I'm a research scientist. Also wanted to give a shout out to Dylan Baker, who is also here. He'll be able to, or you'll see him in a sec, basically after I'm done presenting, and I've got a survey to share with you all. We'll both be here to answer any questions and chat a little bit about robustness testing. So as I mentioned, I'm on the ethical, let me go forward, ethical AI team. And what we wanted to chat with you today about is sort of share how we think about robustness testing and specifically model testing for all kinds of different tasks and applications of machine learning, but also learn from you about your testing practices, what your testing needs are, what kinds of resources and support would be helpful for creating more robust systems and evaluating them more robustly. So this is part kind of need finding in a sense, but also part research. This is part of a larger kind of research arc where we are working on tools and frameworks that we can develop for folks both within Google and outside of Google to support their testing practices. So as a quick intro, this is the team of folks that are working on this work. So I mentioned myself and Dylan. Big shout out to Negar, listed up there. She's the person who spearheaded all of this work and got this all started. But we are a number of folks with a variety of backgrounds. My own background is in HCI. Negar's background is in computer vision. We've got some folks in NLP. And so we're using all these perspectives to think about testing practices broadly across machine learning. And so as I mentioned, our goal is to develop more robust testing frameworks for folks. And so in order to do that, we need to and make sure that what we're working on is ultimately helpful for people. Are no good if they're not rooted in actual challenges that people have. And so there's a lot of different challenges to model testing. I think contrasting with testing in software development, where things like unit testing is the norm and is really an expected and robust part of software development. We don't quite have that same analog in machine learning and AI. And so we're sort of working toward that kind of end in terms of frameworks and tooling. So what we're doing now is meeting with different folks in workshops, big and small, like this one, to discuss this work, share our survey with people. We're ultimately sort of between now and producing final sort of testing frameworks and tooling, also writing up and publishing reports on this work. So with that, I'm going to share our questionnaire with you all. And so I'll leave about a couple of minutes or maybe 10 minutes for folks to do that, and also ask any questions if there's any. Hopefully no technical difficulties. Everyone should be able to have access. But also curious to hear a kind of share out if folks are willing to do so about their kinds of testing challenges and things that they're looking for. So with that, I will drop a link into the chat. To start, there is a consent form at the top because this is research that you need to fill out before you can, it's sort of a quick DocuSign before you can actually fill out the survey. But please, we also ask, do not share any confidential information, any questions about your sort of testing challenges. Please leave out any names of companies, specific projects. We're sort of at a high level here thinking about testing kinds of challenges so keep everything higher level, please. Okay, and then, so here's I have like a shortened link, but that is still a bit long to type in. So I'll drop into the general chat form link.
Thank you, Mark. I just wanted to add, Dylan, you have also the presenter mode. Please feel free to join on stage and you can enable your video or microphone. And thank you, Mark. Please drop it in the chat so people can access directly. But please fill out the questionnaire. You have a few minutes and you can help the Google team as well as win a big prize.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I think the link I dropped in the chat was to not the actual, it's the edit form. Sorry, it's the second link. Yeah, there we go. hopefully, please sound off if there's any issues with accessing. I know we just presenter before me just had an issue with that, and so I tried to double check, but hopefully that isn't an issue. Okay, so as folks are doing that, the survey covers general questions around testing and testing challenges. Feel free to share out with folks in the chat or drop in the Q&A. If there are problems that you consistently run into, I think this could also be a helpful kind of venue for challenges that folks might share across many different kinds of projects. And so I think this is a cool opportunity to be able to learn from each other about the kinds of problems folks run into. Oh, and this is Dylan. Dylan has made it up to the stage.
Yes, hello. Sorry about that. I was having camera issues. But...
No worries.
Hi.
Dylan is an amazing software engineer who has made done really incredible work on our team. Yeah.
Mark, there is a question in the chat, and it says that that's a very large informed consent document. Are we supposed to be reading it now?
Oh, yes. Feel free to, like, as you read through, like, you don't have to finish, everything right in this moment. So a lot of, and I do want to apologize, a lot of consent forms are filled with tons of like legal jargon. And so if you have any questions about data use or anything in that consent form, please feel free to ask. But yes, definitely want folks to be able to look at that before they dive into the rest of the survey. I promise the rest of the survey will not be as convoluted, and it will not be filled with legal jargon.
It says complete. I don't know if they complete the form or only the consent.
Oh, well, I'm seeing some responses come in, so it looks like folks are chugging along. For anyone who did complete, feel free to share in the chat, what kinds of things sort of testing you are involved in, if you're involved with testing, and where you could use or would like to see support or more resources to help kind of figure out the testing process. Oh, cool. Okay, so I'm seeing testing AI programs with UFT and Test Complete. I'm not familiar. Dylan, are you familiar with UFT?
No, I haven't done as much like front end development.
Gotcha. Yeah, I am not familiar either. Okay, cool. Some more front end work. One of the things that we're interested in this work, or interested in supporting in this work, is kind of broadening testing practices. So not just thinking about, is our system robust to different kinds of data distributions, but how can we incorporate things related to fairness, or things related to like the systems that might have different kinds of end users, which I feel like, so I've done once upon a time, a little bit of front end work. And I think that questions about who different users are is more baked into testing processes than when it comes to evaluation of a lot of machine learning systems. And so that's one thing we would like to make easier in the process of machine learning testing and evaluation. Yeah, exactly. So I'm seeing in the chat, front-end development and testing, being informed by user stories and user testing. That is exactly the kind of testing I initially have been involved with. I mentioned my background as an HCI in user experience. So very user-centered, like, how do we expect a person to use this? How will they actually use this? Being like two very important motivating questions for developing tests. Do we evaluate people? I'm curious to hear a little bit more about that. I'd say not specifically, it's important to understand how people will use a system. So in that sense, yes, but the goal ultimately is to make sure that any sort of unexpected use or unexpected inputs will not break a system. Or in the case of machine learning, what we're really interested in is sort of unexpected inputs surfacing some kind of unknown bias. We want to make sure that we're evaluating systems so that we mitigate as much as possible unexpected biases and outputs and performance, accuracy, things like that.
I think just to add, I think like some of the biggest fairness concerns that we think about when we're thinking about like issues with machine learning, like any kind of data set development or deployment of machine learning applications, like have to do with how people are being like captured in the system, whether that's through computer vision, like pictures or videos of people, or like things that people write, how they interpret the things that they write. And so like, in a sense, all of it is sort of centered on evaluating people, whether that's like how people are captured in data sets or like how the data sets are being used or what the deployment contexts are. Like that's sort of the common thread. Oh, I just saw in the chat, evaluate people with data collection, doing UX and UI. And then Wendy commented, including people experiencing disabilities. Like, absolutely.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, I'd say on the point about data collection, this is a really interesting one because one of our sort of current areas of work is, so to Dylan's comment, thinking about how people are represented in data. So for example, like who are you getting your data from? Who is annotating your data? If you're annotating data for like a training data set or a fine-tuning data set, whose perspectives are being represented. And I think a helpful example here, one of the things we've worked on, or like cases we've published on, is like hate speech detection, where someone in one part of the world, because of their sort of cultural context and experience, might find something to be offensive that someone in another part of the world wouldn't, because they aren't familiar maybe with a cultural idea or person being referenced, where they live in a cultural context where certain kinds of speech are not considered rude or are considered or typical of like, and so that's not an evaluation of people per se, but it definitely involves an understanding of where people are coming from and what they're drawing on when they're providing like ground truth labels. And Wendy, to this question of including people experiencing disabilities, that is absolutely like falls under the purview of this work too, thinking about when we're collecting data from people, particularly for tasks that might be more subjective, like hate speech detection or even sentiment analysis, are we including like a range of different people who might disagree perhaps on different kinds of data points? And then can we capture those disagreements and try to understand them better and make meaning from them?
I think one of the interesting things, just like taking a step back, is that it seems like a lot of the folks like asking questions or like a lot of the perspectives coming up are from a UI UX perspective, which is like, at least in my experience, often a perspective that's not centered when dealing with like machine learning, like model development or like, you know, data acquisition or data collection or data labeling, or like through this process. I think a lot of the times the UX UI way of thinking about like building things is often like, I think one of the best perspectives you can have. Like, instead of sort of, one of the things we talk about a lot is in data labeling, like instead of treating every single label that a person gives, like, you know, this is a picture of a cat, yes or no, like this is a picture of a dog, instead of treating those like as like just ground truth labels, like thinking about the perspectives that people are bringing, not only like what is their sort of cultural background, what are their perspectives on the world, but also like under what conditions are they doing this labeling, like what types of things are supposed to like could possibly seep in through the conditions of creating data sets, especially when you're asking more subjective questions like, is this a beautiful picture, like, you know, does this person, or like, is this comment toxic? And so sometimes I think like throughout the whole sort of process of going from the data to training these machine learning models to deploying them, like that perspective, and I think a lot of the sort of questions that are coming up are both really, really relevant and often not the way that those conversations are framed, which might be leading to some of the like maybe disconnect or like differences in interpretation and like what we're thinking about when we say something like robustness testing or bias or fairness in like machine learning model development. I don't know if that made sense, but
I like this point about sort of difference in approaching problems and thinking between kind of UX and UI work, where like, for example, if you're evaluating a system and somebody uses the system in a way that you didn't expect, the immediate response isn't to say, this person is wrong, like they just don't know how to use the system, and then like pivot and focus on people who maybe did use the system in a way that you expected. Like the follow-up is to say, oh, why did this person do that? And is there something about the way that we've designed our own system that maybe was confusing or misleading? And so I think that kind of thinking is can be super useful in machine learning, where if we're collecting data, rather than saying, this data is unexpected, or we're seeing really low agreement among our annotators on a particular data point, not to say, well, the people who didn't agree with the majority must be wrong, or that is low quality. Maybe we should not pay attention to annotations from some folks who tend to disagree, and instead saying, is there something there that might be influencing why this person annotated differently? Sometimes it could be noise and someone's just clicking random things, or maybe they are disagreeing based on their understanding of the prompt. So maybe we have to sort of clarify our task instructions, or maybe they're disagreeing based on a different cultural interpretation of what it means to be rude, for example. And so, yeah, I like this point that you made, Dylan, about it's kind of UI UX thinking.
Mark and Dylan, I actually have a question. So I've used a machine learning API Google Cloud offers. They're super easy to use and also very robust. Language API for sentiment and so the vision API. So those are not possible. Are those possible to test? Obviously, there's no access to it's something that comes out of the box, and I'm under the impression that that's not something that is possible to test ourselves. Is that
on the like application domain that you're thinking about? So I think like, especially for something like robustness testing, it's such a like broad concept that if it's like, you could be testing a hypothesis of like, do this sort of sentiment analyses that we're getting from this sort of black box model from like Google Cloud API, do they line up with like the expectations of some particular audience? So we're going to like, have people, write their comments into this like input form, and, we're going to tell them the output of this model, and we're going to see if that was expected for them. And we're going to, do that for our pool of users versus, for example, whoever labeled the original data, wherever that came from. Even if you don't know sort of anything about how the model works, you can still sort of organize and execute your own tests with your own hypotheses. I think maybe sort of in the vein of like UX UI testing, and less in the vein of like, I don't know, like evaluating based on some massive data set that you're right, like you don't have access to. I don't know if that totally answers your question, but.
Yeah, I would echo that, and definitely, I think because of my sort of UX experience, when I first start considering evaluation or testing, like what's the most specific kind of user group or use case I can think of to test against to see that my system is working as expected, or so I can develop a test or evaluation data set in relation to that use case. That's not always possible. Sometimes we're thinking about systems for really broad uses, but I do find it to be a helpful place to start. And I know we're coming up on time, but I did want to respond to this question in the chat about what different methods of collecting data do we use to manage introduction of bias in the data set itself. This is like the golden question. So this is one of the things that we're trying to make easier for folks through this work. Right now, a lot of our focus is on proper documentation of data because poor documentation makes it hard to even recognize or detect biases themselves. So for example, releasing annotator level information is great so that we can evaluate agreement across a data set and dive into disagreements to see, what is random noise, what is perhaps meaningful disagreement. There are great frameworks for documenting both data sets as well as models developed from different data sets, model cards, data sheets. And what we're trying to do in this work is kind of proactively develop or help dataset developers and machine learning developers proactively develop tests so that they can identify different kinds of biases in their data sets, because there will always be different kinds of biases. The question is this bias detrimental to the specific use case that you're trying to apply your system toward or for?
Yeah, just like also echoing that, I think like the bigger picture is like trying to like make it very clear that like there is no sort of unbiased data set, and that like through documentation we can make it very clear like what biases shaped this data set, and sort of to Wendy's point in the chat, like what the perspective is, what the cultural perspective is. So like it's really important to know that, yeah, for example, like a ton of data labeling will either happen in the United States or in India, and both places with really, really wide varieties of like sort of cultures in them. And so understanding from like a model deployment perspective, like, oh, all of this data was trained in this way from these people at this time with this data set, I think are all the different ways to help sort of limit like bias in the sort of negative sense, limit using models in ways that they weren't developed for, that's sort of introducing some cultural perspectives that it started with into areas where that is like harmful or bad. Yeah, and I guess also to answer Wendy's question, we absolutely do look at cultures as like, we look at different cultures than sort of just Western or like North American centric cultural perspectives. And differences of born with ability versus, or born with disability versus losing ability from like disability perspectives. I'm not sure, like I'm not aware of like specific work in that vein, but I think all of those are like examples of the type of the sort of strain of work that we do. I don't know if you want to elaborate on that, Mark.
No, I think that's exactly right. I'm so glad you were able to join for this, because everything you're saying, I'm like, oh yeah. This is what I wanted to say. Yeah, that's Sean, your comment that you live in New Orleans and you lived in Colorado, and very different. Yeah, like one of the challenges, or I mean, I think it's something fascinating for me. It's my research is understanding these differences across sort of large scale. I don't want to call them divides, but cultural differences or variants, but also within particular areas. Like, I don't know. So I grew up in New Jersey. There was always jokes growing up about North Jersey versus South Jersey and the kind of person and perspectives that like meant you were or had. And it'd be really great to be able to test for a variety of different kinds of viewpoints in data. Knowing that, of course, like you're never gonna, or it'd be extremely difficult or impossible, depending on the task, to represent every single viewpoint, but at least know which viewpoints are represented and if there's particular ones that aren't. Like, I like to use content moderation as a good example. Like, if I want to create a system for a particular online community, my recommendation is to understand, okay, who's a part of this community, and are they a part of the sort of test data that I'm evaluating on? Because there are different kinds of skews in terms of where people come from, how they think on different websites. And so I think it's a question of like aligning biases, as opposed to thinking about like in like Dylan said earlier, like we kind of take this viewpoint. There's no such thing as totally unbiased data. But that's not necessarily like a bad thing. It's just something to document and understand.
So we're almost at time. Do people need more time to fill out? We were supposed to have a little break, but if people want to spend their break continuing, that's fine. And we can do. If you have the emails, Mark, would you like to spin the wheel of names for our winner?
Sure. What's the easiest way of doing that?
I posted the link in the chat. So if you just go to Wheel of Names and click on New and just paste the
amazing.
email, you can have the honor of picking our winner.
Oh, this is so funny. Okay, let me copy over.
You can pick the names instead of the but you don't have the names of the people.
Yeah, well, some of the emails have names, but we'll see.
Okay.
Let me copy the list.
Let's don't complicate it. Let's do
if you want to share your screen, it's always fun.
Let me. Let's see.
Oh, fantastic!
Oh, this is so exciting.
What people will win, Anna? Can you say it?
Sorry?
Anna.
The big Google Nest Hub Max. That's the prize.
Bigger
for
one.
sharing your experiences.
Oh, wait. Okay. Someone's saying they don't see their name.
Maybe refresh the form.
Yeah, let me see. I want to make sure I get everybody.
Before I was on this team, I used to work on that product or work on some features for that product.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that.
For
Okay,
the Nest Max Hub.
Yeah, I was working on like
Oh,
experimental
really?
ML
Wow.
features through a collaboration with them. It's a fun fact.
Oh, that's awesome.
Okay. So I copied over the fresh list. Okay, great. Cool. You see your name. All right. 3, 2, 1.
Drum roll. Yay. Oh, yeah. Let's see. Who is the winner?
Okay.
1 second. Let's take a screenshot. Can you post the name in chat?
Yes.
Copy it. Yeah.
Please, if this is your email, let us know.
Did you take a screenshot, Linda, so we can
Yeah, I
contact
took
the
a
woman?
screenshot. Maybe you can put it in the backstage, the email for us.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. Thank you.
Oh, Mark put it in the. That's okay. We can. Yeah, Mark.
Yeah.
Mark posted it.
Um,
To share it, so it's fine. They filled
Okay,
out
cool.
huge consent forms.
yeah. I'll also
congratulations.
say, so I saw a message from Wendy and from somebody else. Like, feel free. I'm gonna drop my email in the chat. If you are interested in chatting more, or if you want any resources on some of the work that we've done, please reach out. Happy to share. Yeah, I don't want to take up too much time for coming folks, but this has been really great.
Thank you so much for your time, Mark and Dylan. Dylan, if you've worked on Google Assistant, I guess we can ask you to come back and present on Dialogflow or whatever your
My background's
experience
all
is.
in computer vision, but I'm happy to talk about pictures indefinitely.
Oh wow, fabulous. Yeah, we do have also GDG New York City, and I'm gonna contact you after because you would love to come to there's gonna be a DevFest on AI and ML audience that is very much focused on that. That's gonna be on December 8th. So I'll send you the info. I'm sure you have great success there since it's run by the GDG in Seattle, but the organizer has a huge startup called AI Camp, so he has over 10,000 um, members exactly on AI and ML. So you're welcome to come there.
Very cool.
Awesome. So we do have 4 minutes until our next session. So any last minute questions, comments?
I wanted to answer, Manjul had a question about like links to follow for this line of research. We don't have an external site for our team right now. You could follow a bunch of our team members on Google Scholar if you want to see recent, like newer publications. But Mark, do you know of like?
Yeah, I was gonna drop a link. So definitely feel free to reach out in an email. I could rattle off some more relevant things, but
Yeah,
I can also drop a link to one recent paper that we wrote, and this is on related to data set documentation. That's kind of a start to, and I sort of referenced it, not explicitly, but like I was drawing from that when I was talking earlier. And so that's a place you could read a little bit more if you were interested. But yeah, definitely happy to chat more over email. Thanks for the great questions, just generally to folks.
Oh, thank you so much for sharing, Mark. So we do have a few minutes. People can use their vouchers to claim their Uber Eats meals. And then we can get ready for our next cloud certification. So if you want to do all these wonderful things, you can learn from the very big authority on the subject, the author of the Google Cloud official guides. So that's gonna come in a few minutes. But yeah, now feel free to finish the questionnaire and take a little break. Thank you.
we got a little break. I hope so everybody had a slice of pizza, or I don't know what you ordered with Uber Eats. So we will go on with our agenda. We will invite on the stage Dan Sullivan, the author of the Google Cloud Certification Study Guides. He will talk today with you about the From Certification to Dream Job, 10 tips from passing Google Cloud Certification exam and getting real-world GCP experience. I think we will get a lot of gems from Dan, as always. If you have questions for them, please ask them in the Q&A section. It is easier for us to trace them than to lose them in the chat. A few words about Dan. Dan is a principal engineer with Peak 6 Technologies and the software architect with extensive experience in data architecture, data science, machine learning, stream processing, and cloud architecture. He is as I said, the author of the official Google Cloud guides for the professional architect, professional data engineer, and associate cloud engineer. Also, Dan has created a range of online courses for cloud computing, data science, data modeling, and data architecture. I don't know, Anna, if you would like to add anything else to the presentation, or should I hand it over to Dan Sullivan?
Very excited to welcome Dan. Like I said, he's an authority, and Google has two of the most coveted, highest paid certifications. So ask your questions. There is no one better to ask. Thank you for joining, Dan.
Thank you, Dan.
Thanks, Linda. Thanks, Anna. I will share my screen here, and we can get started. There we go. There we go. And okay, so thank you again. My name is Dan Sullivan, and what I want to talk about today is sort of a combination of things. I want to talk about, how can you, better prepare for the certification exams so that you can pass, but also talking about that gap that occurs after getting a certification and getting, the job that you really want. I'd probably get more questions about what to do after a certification exam than I do about how to pass the exam. So this talk will be sort of a combination of both. And part of it, the talk is also just some hard realities about the way the job market is functioning, at least in the United States now. So first of all, I just want to say that this talk is really, it's not focused on like cloud engineering or data engineering or architecture. It's really designed for anyone who's in any kind of really a tech profession right now, whether it's like a development side or more on like DevOps or security or data science. Or if you're trying to figure out how to get into these, into any of these fields. Also, just to clarify about who I am, as Linda mentioned, I'm a cloud and a data architect, and I'm the author of 3 official study guides, and I've also developed courses. But probably most importantly, I just want to make sure people understand I'm not employed with Google. I don't contribute to the certification exams. I learn about the certification exams the same way everybody else does outside of Google, by taking them and studying them. And so what I'm providing is sort of a peer perspective on this. I definitely don't have any inside information. And also feel free to follow me on LinkedIn. I post regularly about Google. That's probably 98% of what I post on. So I'd be happy to share there. So the first tip, so some of these tips might feel obvious at first, and they are obvious, but then there may be a little more depth to it than what appears at first. So the first thing to understand is that all the certification exams have exam guides, and that's where Google lays out in like 2 or 3 level or more bullet level detail of what's on the exam. And it's really important to understand that if it's in the exam guide, it's probably going to show up on the exam. And so it's really essential that you identify all of the areas that are covered in the exam guide. And just to drive it home, you really have to pay attention to all of them. And I'm saying this from personal experience. There was one of the exams in the exam guide, there was mention about something about bring your own license. I don't work a lot with Windows or have other needs for the BYOL features, but it's, you know, if it says it's on in the exam guide that it's going to be on the exam, then it will be there. So you want to make sure you identify anything like that, that you're maybe something you don't particularly work often with, but it's in the exam guide. That's often a good sign to that you should maybe specifically target that when you're studying. Also, make use of practice exams. Part of the exercise of taking a certification exam is just being able to, you know, take the exam, understand how to read questions, understand the mechanics of the exam software. Practice exams can help you with the one part of that, which is the how to reason about questions. What are the questions like? So in Google certification exams, all of the questions that I've ever seen are all scenario-based. So they'll give like a little story or a little use case, and you have to reason about, you know, both, say, business requirements and technical requirements. Now, in these scenario exams or scenario-based questions, you're going to be tested both on the domain knowledge, so specifically, you know, understanding how, say, BigQuery works, or what a partition in BigQuery is and what the different kinds are. So you will need to know specifics, and that, of course, will vary. Some of the exams, like the data engineer, DevOps, security engineer, they're very focused on particular areas. Those exams tend to go deep into a less broad area of knowledge, whereas things like cloud engineer and cloud architect are very broad. And cloud architect exam is typically described as a mile wide and an inch deep. So depending on which exam you're taking, make sure that you understand what's the breadth of the domain that you need to cover, and also how deep do you need to go. Now, if you're weak in the domain knowledge, like the practice exams can help you identify that. Like if you don't know what a slot is when we're talking about BigQuery, that's something that can help you there. Now, also, if you're having trouble about reasoning about the solution because, you know, maybe you're not quite sure whether you should use Bigtable or BigQuery for some scenario that's being described, well, if that's the case, then in addition to just taking practice exams and reading documentation for particular services, another thing that you can do, and I really highly recommend this, is understand how Google Cloud works. And the way to do this is to read the papers that are published by Google Research. So we just heard a talk about Google Research with regards to ML and fairness. There are many areas that the Google Research encompasses, and so they publish on a lot of different topics. One of the things that I like best about Google Research is that for major platforms or major subsystems within Google, teams will often write papers that go over the architecture of those things. So for example, there's a kind of a classic paper on Bigtable that describes how Bigtable is organized. And you don't need to know what's in that paper necessarily to pass the exam, so even if you're doing data engineer. But what it does two things. One, it helps you understand how Bigtable works, like how is it structured and how is it organized. And it also exposes you to how other designers, how other architects think about building large-scale systems, and what are the kinds of questions they have to address, like durability and resiliency and high availability, and then how did they solve those problems. So there are a lot of papers in the Google Research repo, but the ones that I would definitely recommend are, look up definitely Bigtable. Borg, which is a predecessor to Kubernetes, it is a cluster management, job management system. Napa is a fairly new analytical data platform. Napa was just announced this year at the Very Large Database Conference. Dremel is a distributed query processing system that is a component of BigQuery. Andromeda is a code name for Google's software-defined networking. So if you're interested in networking and you want to understand, well, where does Cloud Router, how do you virtualize that? Andromeda is the place to go. And then Jupyter is the name of more of the hardware, the network infrastructure, the hardware in the networking that underlies Google's network. So again, you don't need to know the details of these papers. As you're reading them, you don't even have to understand everything you read. It's more about just kind of immersing yourself and kind of getting a sense of, how does Google solve problems at scale? And all of these kind of give you different insights, sort of different angles on that question. And I like to think of this as like, you don't need to be a mechanical engineer to drive a car, but it definitely helps to understand about how the subsystems within a car work, especially when things are not working, something breaks down. Oh, and I'll provide links. When I share my slides later, I'll provide links to all of these papers as well. Tip number 4 is find other people who have taken the exam. And there are a lot of people on like LinkedIn or Medium who will publish basically how they prepared, what resources they used, what kind of quick labs they did, what exercises they did. So I find those are really helpful. And again, it's like, how did they prepare? And also, what resources do they recommend? Different kinds of resources are going to work well for different people. Some people might, get more out of like videos or talks like this, whereas other people might be, better able to learn by reading from books or papers. So, just find a variety of things and just try and understand what works well for you. I definitely recommend using the Start Cloud Now, which is an organization started by Amit Williams, who, if you're on LinkedIn, he's regularly publishing on Google Cloud. He has the best, most succinct prep sheets I have ever seen for certification exams. And he also does like AWS and probably some others as well. But I will say that the last thing I look over before I start an exam when I'm taking certification exams are Amit's prep sheets. And actually it was one of the prep sheets that helped me realize I hadn't studied that, bring your own license thing. And so I definitely recommend checking that out. Oh, as you're searching around for resources, you may come across something called brain dumps. And brain dumps are basically people who have really good memories documenting questions that are on the exam. And you really want to avoid these. I mean, first of all, it just violates the agreement. You're not supposed to be, exposing or sharing what you learned by taking the exam, especially like explicitly regurgitating the questions. So you definitely want to avoid brain dumps. Okay, now probably the most important thing when you're preparing for an exam is just hands-on experience. And so it's great to read the documentations, view courses, read books and things like that, but you really have to get your hands on the keyboard. Quick Labs is a great resource for doing that. They're very structured sets of labs for doing specific tasks in Google Cloud. And Google's done a good job of preparing like learning paths. So like sequence of labs you can do that'll help you, say, become more familiar with identity and access management or networking or things like that. So I like to think of Quick Labs as sort of like your first level of experience. So definitely do that as you're learning, especially if it's a new area for you in Google Cloud. And it's definitely worth working toward the skill badges, because as you earn the badges, you'll see that you have some sort of outside validation that, yeah, you do understand enough of this, whatever the particular task was, to be able to say move to the next step. So definitely I would advocate for that. Now, study guides and courses, again, this is just another tool. There are 3 official study guides that are out there right now. There are other books as well. And for other exams, the official study guide just covers 3 exams. There are many more certification exams. You can find other guides out there. There are courses on the major online learning platforms like Udemy. I'm on Udemy, but also Coursera and Pluralsight have them. Google-sponsored material is on Coursera. So if you want to see, what is Google saying about, these particular exams or what I need to know, it's a good idea to check out the Coursera courses. And again, just find what works for you. One of the best things I ever heard about learning and teaching, somebody said, don't wait for the perfect teacher. As teachers come across, you come across different teachers, get what you can from them, and then move on. So I would advise the same thing here. There are a lot of different ways to study. There are a lot of resources. Take what you can and from different resources, and then once you've gotten what you can out of that, then it's probably time to move on. But I, for one, like to work with a variety. I wouldn't want to work with just a book or just a video or just hands-on. I really do like working across different sort of learning modalities. Tip number 8 is I really am a big advocate for working with hands-on projects, like your own projects. And you may wonder, well, where can I get some ideas for projects? Well, if you don't have anything like immediately that comes to mind, Manning Publications, they put out a great series of tech books. They also have something called live projects, which are essentially like projects where you build something in software, construct something, organize something, and it's sort of like a guided project. So maybe there's something in the Manning Publications live projects that looks appealing to you, which you can then adapt to either build that in Google Cloud. So for example, if you pick up a machine learning project, you might take whatever that project is and build it out in Vertex AI. Also, for machine learning and data science, Kaggle is a competition in machine learning and data science. And Kaggle would be great for, not necessarily like for competing. If you want to compete, that's great. But even if you're not interested in competing, there are problems that are described, and they have real world data sets, and those may be useful for working with. And you might be able to come up again with your own idea based on something you either learn in Kaggle, or you're kind of going to use Kaggle as a springboard in some way. But really, probably the best thing is just something you're interested in. And that really could be anything. You might have a Raspberry Pi at home, and you are doing some kind of image sensing mechanism that's controlled by Raspberry Pi. Then you can upload those images into Google Cloud and trigger functions which call the image, Vertex AI, the image processing, to identify what objects are in that particular image. So again, just find something you're interested in and work on that. Pretty much, I found that regardless of what you're interested in, there's probably some way to turn that into a project. So I really just advise you to kind of just think broadly when you're thinking about projects. Now, really, this is really probably the hardest part, and which is, tip 9 is like get real world experience both before and after the certification. Getting it before will help you pass the exam. After will help you, one, keep your skills up to date, but also, it's that kind of experience will help when it comes to your job hunt. So what I just want to give some ideas about how you can get experience outside of a paid job. Now, one area that I like to recommend is finding an open source project that you can work with. Now, I've listed 4 here. Actually, OpenFEMA is an open source project. That's an open data set, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. OpenEMR is the Open Electronic Medical Records project, and it is a large open source project that is developing basically a medical system for healthcare professionals for tracking electronic medical records. It has a very large community that supports its both developers community. And then there are also like consulting companies that work with users of EMR. So if you're a healthcare provider, you're an organization, you want to stand up OpenEMR, but you don't have the technical expertise, there is a set or a community of consultants out there. And so what we have here is an open set project that is actively under development. It's widely used, and there are professionals who are working in that area. So that's kind of an ideal kind of or those are the ideal characteristics for an open source project that you might be able to connect with and, for example, volunteer to stand up OpenEMR in Google Cloud. So if you go to the OpenEMR site, you may see that they provide an option of standing up OpenEMR in AWS. So somebody built whatever, like a Terraform set of scripts to deploy OpenEMR in AWS. Well, maybe somebody wants to run OpenEMR in Google Cloud, but nobody's basically set it up. So that's the kind of question you might post on a community forum or within the OpenEMR community and see if if there's any interest for something like that, if somebody else has thought about it, maybe want to collaborate with you. So that's just one example of how to kind of try and break into an established project where there is really a strong community and there are other professionals who you can work with and also learn from, especially within, in terms of learning about the complexity of the software. Civic CRM is a kind of a similar open source project in that it's open source. It is basically a platform for nonprofits to help them with everything from donations and volunteer management, things like that. And again, there are consulting companies that work on it, are available and working on this and contributing to this. So there's an active ecosystem. And again, you can kind of if you can tap into that, you may be able to get experience, say, standing up Civic CRM or some component within Google Cloud, or maybe adding new Google Cloud specific features to Civic CRM. And again, you can also make connections with other people. And that's also a big part of the getting experience, is learning things and doing things in Google Cloud. But it's also kind of building a network of people who know what your skill set is and can help you when you're in that job search phase. Now, a couple the OpenFEMA project is actually an open data set. And FEMA is the Federal Emergency Management Agency. It's part of the US government, which deals with disaster response. One of the things that FEMA does is it manages a flood insurance program. And so there's a lot of data that FEMA makes available on flood insurance claims. So if you're interested in data science or analytics, that's a great tool and highly relevant with regards to how is, for example, climate change impacting flooding in the United States. What areas are seeing significant increases in, say, flood claims by zip code over the last 20 years? OpenFEMA's got a lot of data. You can also maybe tie in other data, like from the National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Association, where there's information about storms. So you can start doing things like correlations around storms and floods in particular areas. And you could, for example, if you loaded that data into BigQuery, you might be able to build a regression model to be able to predict, what are the predicted level of claims given a certain type of storm that might be coming through the area. So that's that kind of project is more independent. That's really useful if you want to have something, say, in your Git repo that you can show to a prospective employer that, I built this analytic tool. And that's kind of like a real world problem. If you walked into any kind of business, especially like somebody in real estate who's trying to decide where should we build our next, apartment building, and they want to understand what are the risks involved. Well, something like that, flood claims analysis could be a really useful problem. So I would also say when you're coming up with projects and working on things, whatever you're doing doesn't have to be a very specific business problem, but it helps if you can weave a story about how whatever you learned could be applied to a specific business problem. And then also the other thing, AlphaFold too, is a program by DeepMind. So these are the folks, DeepMind is owned by Alphabet. DeepMind produced AlphaGo, which beat a top human Go player. I think that was a couple of years ago. They just recently announced in a big computational biology competition, AlphaFold basically solved like the hardest problem in computational biology, which is, if you have a sequence that describes a protein, what kind of shape will that protein take on? And the shape of the protein is really important for understanding how molecules interact. And so AlphaFold has now solved this critically hard problem. And what that means now is that things that, like in computational biology, you used to be able to do parts of things computationally. Oh, let's see how these molecules interact. That kind of thing, if that was part of your pipeline, you would sort of break down at the point where you needed to understand the structure unless that protein structure was understood. Now there's this big gaping hole that has been filled. Now we can do basically protein modeling, protein design completely in silico because of AlphaFold. So that's just like a very greenfield area. AlphaFold, the papers just came out in Nature about a month ago, maybe it was 2 months ago, and the code was released. So that, if you're interested in science at all, biology at all, that's definitely a great area. And contact me. I spent almost 10 years working in computational biology, and it's an area I love, and I would love to just talk with anybody who's interested in that kind of thing, so just let me know. Also, yeah, just tying in with things like the Civic CRM, there may be organizations out there that could really use your tech skills. And especially if you're trying to break into tech, if you're in some other area, it's going to be easier to get in as a volunteer in a nonprofit to get some experience doing anything in tech for them than it might be, say, trying to get into a paid position in a large corporation. So you just want to make sure that you kind of think broadly in terms of where you get your experience. And so if you want to be a data engineer, maybe what you can do now is take a position that's maybe as a data analyst. That's, even if you've already passed the exam, at least that gets you into the field and it gets you experience in the business world, government, some nonprofit agency. You're getting experience with regards to collaborating with other people, understanding what's involved in that. So those kind of soft skills come regardless of what the title is or what the level that you're functioning at is. And those kinds of skill sets and that experience is as important as technical skills in a lot of places. So taking any position that gets you kind of closer to where you want to go is a good thing. So I'm a big advocate of incrementally approaching that dream job. And then finally, be careful, don't constrain your definition of experience. Experience doesn't have to be on a job with a paid employer. There's a lot of different ways to get experience. The critical thing is that you have learned something, you now understand better how something works, and that comes in a lot of different ways. So I would just don't underestimate yourself or how much you know. That would be my takeaway on that one. Now I want to take a break from the tips for a second and just kind of take a step back and talk a little bit about what is essentially the dysfunctional state we seem to have found ourselves in, like the hiring process here. And again, this is just at least in the United States. Well, first of all, Julia Pollack, the chief economist at ZipRecruiter, pointed out the other day in a story in the Washington Post, talking about how difficult it is to hire people. Both there's like a real mismatch, and one of the things she points out is that employers really do value experience a lot. Like that is like a key thing, and with employers using automated systems to filter out resumes, things like having a gap in your work history or not having a certain level of experience can be really problematic because these automated systems will filter you out. And this isn't just conjecture. I mean, I think a lot of us have probably suspected this, especially if you read a job description and you meet 95% of whatever they're asking for and you never get a call back. And that's, a good chance you've been filtered out early. And this has led to a phenomenon which people are referring to as hidden workers or untapped talent. And basically what's going on here is that these practices that we have in companies, that there is a really rich population out there to draw from, and we're over constraining what we're looking for, and so people aren't getting jobs. So this is like a reality check in the sense that we need to keep this in mind when we're looking for jobs. This is not this is not ideal. And we can complain about it, but that won't help us move the needle toward getting our jobs. So we have to kind of operate under the assumptions like, okay, there is a chance that you may be one of these, hidden potential employees. So the question is, how do you work with that? And this is really widespread. And I was really struck by this statistic from the study from Harvard Business School that 88% of employers feel like they are missing qualified high-skilled candidates because they don't match the criteria that they have in the job description. And so that is sort of the reality in which we're working in. And so as you crafting your resume, you want to keep in mind things like, even if you weren't working, say, in a tech industry for some period of time, but you were doing volunteer work, or you were working on maybe your own startup and the startup failed, definitely keep that on your resume. Or anything that you can legitimately put on your resume that describes some experience you developed, I would say that is something to put on. I spent 1.5 years trying to get a startup off the ground in computational biology, never got it going, but that's still on my resume because I learned a lot doing that. So definitely don't filter out things because you feel like, oh, well, you weren't paid for that. That it doesn't matter if you were paid for it. If you learned something, if you built up your skill set, then definitely put that on. And maybe things like that will kind of counter these problems like the over-restrictedness, that the automated systems have. So it's a little bit of a balancing act, and you want to kind of tip the scales in your favor. Not that it will get you the job, but at least get you through that, automated screening process. And then finally, a big thing that certifications do for you is demonstrate that you can learn. And so another way of sort of helping build your case and demonstrating to employers that you have whatever it is that it takes for you to do the job you want is to show, for example, multiple certifications. And you could focus in different areas. You could focus on, say, data science and machine learning and get certifications from Google and AWS and Microsoft, or you can focus on Google and get multiple Google Cloud certifications. It's really a matter of where your interests lie. Also, set up your own Git repo and have your work up there and make sure it's available and just show that to people. Another thing that I find really sort of as a great sign, when I see a resume that shows somebody has presented at like a meetup or a Google developer group, that's like a big positive for me. That'll outweigh a lot of negatives because that shows to me, first, these people are learning, they're willing to share what they know, they're probably good collaborators. And I think also keep in mind that when you go to a meetup, you don't have to have like a huge problem solved, right? You don't have to you don't have to have invented AlphaFold 2. You could talk about a piece of, say, something you've contributed to an open source project, and it doesn't have to be a big piece. It could be about lessons learned. It could be something small, but it took you a while to crack, a particular problem. What you really want to do when you present at like a developers group or as a meetup is have something that's useful for the audience. It's not so much to, advertise how great you are as a data engineer. It's really about what can you share with other data engineers and data analysts, and so that they walk away with something. So I think if you have something like that, don't wait for it to be like the perfect presentation or everything is completed in your project. Definitely just get it out there. I find people that you meet at like Google developers groups, meetups are very helpful. They tend to be very collaborative, and it's a great way to also start building up your network. So because you'll meet other people in the domain that you're working in. And that's one of the ways of also kind of getting around kind of the structural barriers with the hiring process and these automated resume filtering systems. So the way corporations and big organizations hire, we're not going to change that, at least, in the near term. So we have to work around it, and building up your network is definitely one of those ways to do that. And so part of it's the in-person, or we're getting back to being in person with like meetups, but also being on LinkedIn, being on Reddit or some other forums where you're actually collaborating and meeting other people, at least virtually. That can definitely be a big help. And so with that, I will wrap it up and we can have Q&A. And I will stop sharing. Let me jump back here. There we go. Okay. And let's see. Chat, questions, Q&A. And
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, I can.
Wendy. I know that somebody put something in the general chat earlier. Well, they were just also saying to be careful of things you have in your resume that you no longer want to do, because that will trigger.
Oh, that's interesting. That's good. I didn't know that. Yeah.
Yeah. Have you ever heard also, when it came to your resume, that you shouldn't have things older than like 15 years if you're a more senior person?
I have not heard that. That's interesting. Yeah, I think mine probably goes back 20. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, no. Yeah, no, I'm not sure. Yeah, that's an interesting, why that would be the case. And I
actually started as a hardware engineer and switched to software engineering, and then went back to school. I started with professional certifications and then went and got a master's to switch. But somehow I still wanted to let people know that I had a different experience. But I think what that person was pointing out is, if you don't want to do that, then don't have it on to trigger those jobs.
That's great. Yeah, thank you for that. I will, next time I'm talking to folks about this kind of thing, I will definitely include that one as well.
Oh, and they also shared a free tool to check your resume.
Oh, great.
Yeah. I love when people share things like this. Yes. Oh, there is something here in the question and answer. 1 second. How can a data engineer start his journey?
I would say the key to starting as a data engineer is just tell yourself you are a data engineer. Like, just assume that you are, and you will, and start acting like it. The idea is, so I would say that's really part of it is psychological. Just assume you are, and then it's like, okay, what problem do you want to work on? And the wonderful thing about data engineering is that it really, whatever your area of interest is, there is probably a ton of data available out there that you can work with. So pick an area that you're interested in. There are different data sources. AWS has large data repositories. There's a bunch of public data sets in BigQuery. The US government has, is it DataGov? I believe it is. There's also something called Data World. I would kind of just poke around and see what data sets are available. And then, if there's an area that interests you, whatever it is, climate change, something in politics or government, or, any particular area, I would say, get that data set, get it, upload it into the Google Cloud, clean it, maybe use ETL tools to clean things, work with BigQuery. I would suggest the very first project would be find some data you're interested in, get it loaded into cloud storage, then get it into BigQuery, start working, make sure you understand how to query with SQL. If it's a large data set, look into partitioning. And as you're going, maybe the more you understand the data, try and do something more challenging. Like with BigQuery, we can build machine learning models in BigQuery using SQL. So I would say, that might be like the end goal, is like get some data and build maybe a regression model so you can predict something. But definitely, I would say working with BigQuery is probably the first thing. And also as a data engineer and data analyst, you definitely want to know SQL. It's ubiquitous. So,
yeah, and have you ever heard of Kaggle? That is a good beginner.
oh, yes. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kaggle's another one. Yep. Another good set of data sets. Yep.
Yeah. Another question here. Someone is wondering how good you think LinkedIn is for learning.
I think it is good for finding people who have resources. Like Amit Williams, I found connected with him on LinkedIn. So people will post, that, hey, they got their certification and this is what I did, and they'll provide a bunch of links. So I find it's good as a shortcut to finding resources. It's also, it's a sort of a virtual community. So, it gives you access to other people who might be able to answer questions for you. I think you could probably also find a lot of resources just, Googling for, Google Cloud Data Engineer certification, how to prepare, something like that. You'll probably come up with a bunch of things.
Okay. Right. We had something else. Two things just pop up at once. It's sort of the same thing somebody asked about, becoming a software engineer. And is the free edition of BigQuery enough to do these side projects?
Yes. I don't know enough about the limits. There is, I think someone had mentioned earlier, one of the earlier talks about the $300 credit. There is a free level in BigQuery. I don't know what the limit on the amount of data is. So just watch for that. So, you may end up paying for some storage if you have a really large data set, or if you run queries. You need to be very careful with BigQuery running large queries, because you pay in part by how much data you scan. But anytime you run a query, you can use something called the dry run option, which will give you an estimate of how much it will cost or how much data will be scanned. So if you're working with large data sets, you want to use that to make sure you don't have unexpected costs.
Okay, yeah, watching the limit cost. Yeah, I think that's pretty much all that's been sent in. So
great.
Thank you so much for your
thank
time.
you.
Oh, wait, one more thing. If someone's Brian Suk is also, because you were mentioning BigQuery there, more information on BigQuery, pricing mechanisms, and he gave a URL. He shared a URL.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Great. Okay. Well, thank you.
Yeah. Anna,
Thanks.
Linda.
Thank you so much, Dan, for joining us today, for answering our attendees' questions. Thank you, Wendy, for being always on the stage with our speakers. I see that everybody on the chat is very happy about the session, and I guess they learn a lot from Dan, as always. And I see that even our other speakers are interacting with our attendees in the chat, which is great. Anna, do you like to add anything? Or should we go to our next agenda? So let me share my screen. We have another few minutes. Maybe we can talk about what we have at the raffle. One second. Anna? I'm trying to take... So I would like to thank our sponsors for their generosity, for giving away to our attendees the prizes. As I said earlier, I will say it again. Please wait patiently if you win a prize or if you fill out the form for the free license for all attendees. Please wait patiently for our sponsors to roll out the prizes in the next 2 weeks because of the high volume. It might take some time to do so. And if you can avoid like the DM or messages in the meantime, just in about 2 weeks, if you don't hear from us or from our sponsors, please feel free to reach out to us. We will try to get everything rolled out in maximum 2 weeks. So as I said earlier, Atria Institute of Technology is offering to all our attendees Coursera a free lifetime license. And I shared in the chat throughout our event the link and the instructions to get that license. It will be rolled out, of course, in the next 2 weeks. Then you can subscribe for 30 days full access to O'Reilly library. We, at the end of the event, after our last talk, we will raffle using our hashtag Northeast DevFest. So please go and use the hashtag in Twitter, say something what you like about our event. We will then use the wheel of names to pull out the names from the hashtag. So we will, what we will raffle, we will raffle 5 books or ebooks from O'Reilly. Also, we will raffle 4 on-demand Google Cloud certification training from ROI, Associate and Professional Cloud Engineer, Data Engineer, and also 4 T-shirts, ROI training sweatshirts. And then we will have 2 courses to raffle and 3 Google Next Hub Max. I'm not sure if we still have 3. One we already raffled it, so maybe Anna can give an update on that because I'm not sure. Anna, do we still have 3?
I'm back on a bit of an internet issue. Yes, we did give one away. So if you participated in the responsible AI session, you won, congrats. If not, we have our most fun session coming up. And then you have a chance for 2 more. So I know they didn't get it. Well, now is the time to tweet Northeast DevFest. And we have a lot more things. We talked about AI a lot. There is a $100 each by AI Camp, which is another one of our sponsors. And we have cloud trainings. And I believe Linda, ROI training is giving away sweatshirts as well. Is that right?
For vouchers for their Google Cloud certification training. So if you are interested in associate or professional cloud engineer, architect, or data professional cloud engineer, you can redeem your course if you are the winner, and they have 4 ROI training sweatshirts as well. So we would like to thank once again our sponsors. All of this we will not be able to give all of these prizes to all of you. Also, we would like to thank all of you for being today with us to hear from our speakers and to make this event a success. So everybody has their own part. Also, I would like to thank our, if I can find my, or our GDG organizers that joined us today, forces to bring you this event. The GDG New Haven, GDG Manchester, GDG Houston Valley, GDG Android Boston, GDG Bronx, GDG Cloud Boston, GDG Lawrence, GDG NYC, and GDG Capital Region. So I think we have our speakers. Should we give everybody a few minutes? Maybe they want to redeem their Uber Meats and order their food, or what should we do?
Yes, let's start at 3:30 and everybody can have a few minutes to order a meal. Don't forget to do that because the vouchers are valid only for another couple of hours. So enjoy.
Actually, I saw in Twitter that Madonna already redeemed her beautiful pizza. She put some pictures.
Yes, and feel free to share what you ordered. Food pictures are always popular.
Yeah, I envy her. I didn't get a chance to order my food. It's just like it's crazy, but yeah.
Yes, you can share your meal and tweet about it to win more things.
Yeah, definitely. Okay. Who is interested in Android? There is the Android Study Jam. So. So everybody, we are back in business. So let's go to see through our long agenda. We have here, I saw that Frank and Paul already entered in their personage, or how you say it, because since I know them very well, I asked if it's possible to have a funny conversation. Being the end of the day, we didn't want to bore you all with the slides, and I said it's a waste to waste all these funny characters that they have, and at the same time being professionals. So I says, let's give it a try and see how it will fit today. So I guess they will ask themselves some questions, and they will put themselves on the spot. We will see how it will go. I don't have any idea. Anna, do you like to say anything before I go to present Dan and Paul and Puff?
Paul and frequent presenters, and reason for that. Sessions are very fun, but they're also experts in many areas: Flutter, Firebase, and Android. Now is the time for everybody to participate. So bring your questions. We can even bring you on stage if you want. But let's start.
Okay, so let's go. First, I will go to introduce Puff. I think there is no preferences. It's just they are the same on my hub, so I cannot pick and choose. But let's go first with Puff. Puff is an engineer for Firebase at Google. He helps developers build extraordinary apps that use Firebase as their backend. If you ever use the Firebase question on Stack Overflow, you've probably met Frank already. And let's go to see Paul. Paul is a developer programs engineer with the Android partner DevRel out of Boulder, Colorado in the US, and has a background in Android and IoT development. Outside of work, he is wrapping up an MBA, gardens, woodworks, makes movie props, and is a member of Star Wars costuming charity, where he volunteers at events as various movie characters, including an Imperial, Snowtrooper, X-Wing pilot, and Tusken Rider. I hope so. I said all of this correctly. And thank you so much for being here today. And I will hand it over to you. I will share my screen.
All right.
There's now 5 of us. That's awesome. Oh. Paul and I were chatting in the background, so we might not be paying enough attention yet. Paul said he needs to shorten his bio, and I need to add my video series to it. But hey, everyone, welcome. I hope you all had a great DevFest so far. How has your Saturday been, Paul?
Pretty good. I was actually doing more working this morning, so I'm pretty stoked to be talking to people now.
Yeah, that's also true. Somehow we end up working on weekends at times, right? Probably it's because we love our work. That also helps.
Oh, it was all woodworking stuff on the side. So
that's actually better. It's like I loved your bio, by the way, because there are so many things that you do that are interesting. You're like the geek supreme. We said we were going to. Oh, pretty good. I honestly, I'm on the West Coast. So when Anna said that we were coming back at 3:30, I was about to shut down my laptop for another 3 hours. But luckily, I realized this is the East Coast. So, I think we were going to cover, what did we say? Flutter, Android, and Firebase, right?
Yep.
And yeah, somehow, I love how Linda said that they were not going to tell us to do a specific talk, which was surprising to Paul and me, just so you know. because we were like, oh, we're probably going to live code something. And it's like, no, you should just come on and
we got to show off the COBOL SDK, right?
What was that?
We got to show off the COBOL SDK. So
that's going to be interesting for sure. No, but
yeah, I
we are
was
gonna...
going to call that leak out if you can give us more details. The leak in chat.
That's going to be fun, yeah. I actually, wow, when I did college, COBOL was still an optional language to learn. So I'm old. No, we don't have that one yet. But what we do have is lots of knowledge on lots of topics. So if you have questions, post them in the Q&A. We won't get to them straight away because first I think, Paul, we're going to chat a bit about what we've been doing, right?
Yeah.
Because it's been a while. Paul, why did you leave me?
I mean, a little bit more opportunity for things that are coming out brand new in Android. So as you know, we kind of started pushing a lot more stuff with follables, wearable, all the new form factors.
Yeah.
And obviously, we just announced the Material U is out now, and all the good stuff that just came out with Android 12. So just kind of excited for all the new things that we can start working on. So a little bit more specialized in that.
Yeah, and for those that don't know, Paul used to be on the Firebase team, and he's now on the partner DevRel team, Android partner DevRel team. How do we call it?
Android partner DevRel, but we have been combined with scalable Android, so it's kind of a mix now. So you can basically do whatever you want as long as it's Android.
Welcome to Google organization structures, right? It's like, it actually makes a lot of sense, but it means that you work with large Android partners, right? Which is awesome. What's your favorite API that you've worked on recently?
So recently I started working with the Android Enterprise Management API. So I'm not sure how familiar you are with like enterprise management, but it's very IT oriented. All right. Are you familiar with Active Directory? That was one of the Microsoft types of deals. So it's very similar to that. So essentially what happens is with Active Directory, I'll kind of explain in that sense and then I'll kind of jump over. But like with Windows, when you have an IT admin, they'll create your account. And then once you log in with that account, it'll see, oh, hey, we have this user. They've been assigned to X, Y, and Z group. So let's say they're in the New York office, they're part of accounting, and they're part of the all users group. So what will happen is it'll go through and look to see what group policies are applied to them, and it'll run scripts, install things. A group policy is basically just a way of saying, do X, Y, and Z when this person is logged in. So we've added pretty much a similar thing for managing Android devices. So you can use this API, you send up your own commands and scripts and whatnot to it, and then when somebody logs in with an account that's associated with a kind of like a Google workspace. So you see this a lot with like schools where they say, hey, my unco.edu account is part of like a Google workspace. So that's how you get like your special branded Gmail account. Using that, you'll be able to log in and it'll apply installing apps for you or setting up different policies around like you can't update the keyboard or that kind of thing if it's a private, like very specialized app. So say you're working in a retail store and you've got an app that will like scan barcodes or back order things or help people out. You don't want your retailers to be able to change the PIN and lock everybody out of the device or change the launcher if you're doing something very particular. So all that's going to be managed to this Android Enterprise API. So that's been kind of the big thing I've been working on recently in regards to that. It's kind of fun. So
that sounds pretty comprehensive indeed. It also is probably what's behind my corporate profile on my Android phone, right?
Yep. Yeah. So when you log in with your work account, it'll create your new profile. So you have like the work tab and your personal tab. So that's essentially what's happening is on the background. So somebody's already gone through and they've already set up these scripts using the management API to install whatever apps you have. So if you end up with like the one that tells you what's for lunch, that was probably installed with some fancy API.
That is awesome, actually. It sounds like you've definitely been having some fun with different types of APIs. We missed you at Firebase, though. I especially missed you this week because it was Firebase Summit, or as we call it internally, FireConf, right? And that was fun to do, but it would have been more fun if you had been there. So.
Oh, thank you. So how did it turn out without me then?
Oh, it turned out great, of course. But yeah, I decided to then also not give a talk at FireConf. For those who don't know, last year, Paul and I live coded a audience polling app, right? Running surveys during your talk.
It was pretty much our zero to app talk. So essentially start with absolutely nothing, make an app, and then we let people essentially answer questions on a poll, and then we kind of had our bracket, and it's pretty fun.
Yeah, that was really fun to do. I still miss doing these things in person. Must admit,
right.
But No, this year it was again fully virtual, just like last year, and so we did it in 4 weeks this time around. So we sort of learned from 11 weeks of Android, I think. We did 4 weeks of Firebase, because honestly we were a lot smaller team, and but this week was the keynote, which was really busy. I noticed there were so many announcements. I was what day is today? Saturday. On Thursday and yesterday, I was doing what we call a write-up of these announcements that we then post on our release notes page and something on Twitter. And it was so much that it took me pretty much most of the day to do that write-up, and that's unusual. So, but it was fun to do for sure. So, just curious if people saw the keynote or the Firebase Summit, and if so, what everyone's favorite announcement was. By the way, I'd love to see that in the chat. No worries, I'm not going to wait for that.
But we could just wait.
No, that's also true. It would not at all be awkward if we could. I remember when we had Firebase before the relaunch in 2016. We used to show the counter of the registered developers on the homepage. And in typical Firebase fashion, that was a live counter, right? It was actively looking at the database of registered users. And I would always, in talks, indeed, like tell people that, and then don't worry, I'll wait until one of you registers and actually wait. And it's really fun to do because live data is just so cool to see. Right? Mm-hmm. So, still my favorite thing of Firebase. Yeah, definitely a busy week there. So many things coming out. One of the things we did for the first time this year at the Firebase Summit was also the Community Week. So 2 years ago in Madrid was the last in-person Firebase Summit. And there we, for the first time, had a community stage where we had some of our community members give their talks, which was really successful. And this year we were able to now do a full community week, and we had nine community talks, which was really cool. And some of them were really, really, well, all of them were really good. Honestly, some of them should probably be in our documentation, as my feeling. There was one on role-based access control, and I'm probably gonna steal from that, the way to do that. But this was pretty cool, actually. I liked doing that. I think I remember, so in the intro I said, right, I should probably share this with people because I always need more viewers. One of the things I've been doing this year that I clearly did not include in my bio yet is a new video series, which just had its 1-year anniversary, and it's called Firebase Release Notes. So every month I do a sort of 4-minute wrap-up of all, well, not all the releases. I could never do all the releases. Probably about half of the releases that we did in that month. And we just had our 1-year anniversary. It's really successful, and people really like it when we add some, what is it? It's some flavor, right, to the written release notes. So the written release notes are really engineering, right? It's like it's really correct, and sometimes likes a bit of opinion. And I'm really good at adding opinion into it. So it was fun. Has been fun to do. So yeah, we just had the anniversary episode was a few weeks ago, and this week I'm recording the next episode because we're 1 week early because otherwise it would be on Thanksgiving, I think, something like that. So let me see. I know that we chatted about some more things already. Because Paul and I chat a lot, even though we're not on the same team anymore. Actually, he still does quite some things Firebase, which is always cool. But I know last year, right, we were doing a lot of Flutter stuff. Have you been doing Flutter?
A little bit. So it's kind of an interesting one right now, just because we have a lot of partners and whatnot that have a ton of iOS apps, in the hundreds, and they want to be able to start supporting Android as well. So we've been trying to giving them the option with Flutter, just because obviously we're trying to tell them that Android is going to be their best bet if they can do it, just because you get all the brand new features immediately, and it's going to be your most efficient option. But to save people a lot of time and code, essentially. And we've been kind of telling them about Flutter so they can use both the add to app feature. So essentially what that one does is it lets you add Flutter to an existing iOS or Android app. So they can kind of develop their features iteratively rather than, we had to rewrite everything all at once. Which is always nice, especially if you're trying to convince PMs and the people that actually control the wallets that you should be developing something. And then the other one that we've been working with is platform channels, which essentially allows them to reuse their already existing libraries by just adding some modifications so they can send over events and other kind of event bus ideas. They can call functions across Flutter and whatever their native set this as well, some nice things like that. So say you've already got a, I don't know, like a camera library set up, completely written in iOS. You can go off and write the Android version of that as well, and then your Flutter app can just talk to both of them by deciding which set to call. Then you don't have to like redo all of your code in Flutter immediately. You can just use what already exists.
I think I remember this one from our Firebase library also. The Flutter Fire libraries also use these platform bindings, right?
Yep. So basically everything for Flutterfire is built on top of your native SDKs already, which is kind of nice. So that was one of the things that we ended up running into a lot was how do we actually interface with both SDKs when you've got some different, not necessarily different features, but different implementations for the same feature within the different libraries. So that was kind of an interesting one. That's actually how I ended up learning how platform channels work in the first place. So it's kind of fun. But yeah, actually I'm kind of curious. So what is the status with Flutter right now?
Ah, interesting. Well, there was just a big new release last weekend, and I swear I wasn't the cause of it. No, we were pretty busy. So it's always interesting, right? We get this question a lot about people saying, when will Firebase officially support Flutter? And it's like, well, right, or official SDKs. And as you said, right, the Flutter Fire libraries, while they are largely maintained by another company, Invertex does that for us, we contracted with them. They are wrapping the native SDKs. I was actually just a few weeks ago reading about them. They are working on expanding desktop support. Sorry, not platform support, desktop support. And there they might be doing not wrapping the native SDK or just the C++ SDK, which is interesting to see because, yeah, there's so many libraries. But Flutter Fire is the most official library that we have, and it's expanding nicely. So few months ago, maybe a month and a half ago, they added real-time database support to that library. So you might remember, Paul, when we did our live coding talk last year, I had to use a different library for the web app than for the native app. So that's not the case anymore. That's now fully combined. And actually, the reason we had to have a release last weekend is because of the Firebase Summit. We added support for Firebase to Flutter's Dartpad. Do you know Dartpad?
Yep.
You do. Can you tell us what Dartpad is, Paul?
I've only played with it a little bit, but it looks like it's essentially a way to test out your Flutter code through a kind of ready-made web browser, IDE. So if I remember right, that's actually what they're using on the Flutter documentation pages, right?
So
you can put in your sample code and see if it actually runs. So.
Yeah, and exactly. And it's an online editor for Dart snippets / Flutter snippets. And it's now also for Flutter snippets that use Firebase. So we launched that. Yeah, it's really awesome. But it had been working for a while already, so you might have been doing this without it being officially announced. But it turned out that the Flutter Fire libraries still required you to have your configuration in the JavaScript. And yeah, that will never work in Dartpad because you don't write JavaScript, you only write Dart. So last weekend, essentially, there was lots of back chats to get a Flutter Fire released. And that got done in time. It's like, I love it when the keynote for Firebase Summit is on Wednesday, and I'm still writing the official code snippet that we're releasing on Monday and Tuesday. So, but we got all of that done. So hitting enter now is like, honestly, it's, I typically do, you might recall from last year, folks, I do like the world's ugliest chat app. It's sort of the goal that I have, but I live code it from zero. And the one that I live coded here last year is now also available in Flutter, in Dartpad. And yeah, Dartpad is an online editor. It's not really an IDE. You don't really do project management there. But yeah, you can use Firestore and auth in there now, and it's pretty cool. If your message, by the way, you can send a message, type a message, and hit enter. If it doesn't get accepted, it's because you're using language that we're not allowing, because we want to be very careful in what we allow in public chats like that. So if you search in the code, you can find the regular expression that we use for validating. It doesn't allow a lot, I'll tell you, because people are very creative in coming up with bad combinations of words. So.
Do you have all the security rules documented somewhere too? Because I know that was a big part of how we were doing everything.
Yeah, and I do actually. Well, so this one is actually fairly easy. It's really just a regular expression of words. But I've been chatting with the Dartpad engineering team also to allow us to include more of the security rules in Dartpad, essentially to use it as a teaching tool, because I now had to copy paste like the important bit of the rules in in the code, where it's like I'd much rather have it that you can just see the rules that I have, right? I can just add a file to it. So we're talking about that. They're not convinced yet, but we'll get them.
I mean, it's a key part of Firebases, though. You would think they would be really quick to put that in, but I think you can't.
Well, especially, right, if you remember from our talk last year, right, the voting, like it's crucial to do that securely, and those security rules were not simple. I recall that.
Right.
That was fun to do. I like that one.
Oh, yeah.
It's always fun to live code on Firebase, so that's all good. I'm quickly checking if the moderators said anything, because I saw Linda zoom in and out on the Q&A, because we can keep chatting for ages, you know that.
Yeah, there are a few questions in the Q&A, so...
Can I take a guess at the first one? If I can speak slower, please?
That was last year. That was so funny.
Bring on the questions, Linda. We will continue the banter after that.
Okay, so the first question is from me to Paul, because I keep an eye on you and on Paul and Puff Twitter. So I wonder, how do you find time for all your hobbies and your work at the same time? I saw so many posts on Twitter showcasing your hobbies. I cannot even keep up with all the posts. So when do you have time to create all of these? Because we can even see showcase behind you some of the stuff that you create, just so people can get an idea what I'm talking about.
I have no idea where I find the time. It just kind of happens. A lot of it is actually in the evening when we're watching TV. So my wife and I, during our downtime, we also craft. And we have dedicated crafting days on the weekend too. That's kind of our bonding activity. So yeah, it depends too, because we'll do either a date day or we're going to do a crafting day. So it tends to be more crafting day oriented. But yeah, so a lot of that is kind of, I don't know what you can see here or not. So I've got a Death Eater mask up there that I made. That's all 3D printed and then painted. I've actually got a casting of it downstairs as well, where I did a resin casting of it. The zombie mask there is a silicone one. So it's actually wearable, which is kind of cool too. Let me see if I can just pull it.
Who has the best hobbies?
Yeah. So it's all wearable. It's all silicone. It's actually painted with an airbrush and whatnot. So we actually made this bust of it and then kind of attached everything to it and then did a mold of it. You use this kind of a mesh stuff. I don't think you can see it on here. It's probably on the inside. But yeah, so this is all actually just handmade too. So it's just kind of fun.
Amazing.
Yeah, I don't know if you can see this, if I can turn it enough. But I got that's the Tusken Raider costume that I wear for charity groups and stuff.
I think Halloween theme is there or something. What do you think, Paul? I think Halloween is in the air.
It's also lots of Star Wars, right? I noticed that.
Yeah,
It's amazing. Paul has, I want to say way too many hobbies, but that's not true. You have just the right amount of hobbies. We just have too few of them.
Yeah. So they all kind of compound too, which is kind of nice. So when you're doing movie props, a lot of it is going to be your same woodworking. 3D printers run on their own for a while too, and then all the chemical stuff, so resin casting and silicone molds, are all relatively quick. So once you've done them a couple times, you know what you're doing, so you just kind of compound. So yeah, and then that one is a lot of sewing, so it's not actually too bad. You just you dye your fabric and then you sew everything together. You do a lot of weathering, which is how you make things look kind of old. So this one is all coffee and tea. You just kind of stain it in that, and then it's made with a kind of a brown and an orange dye mixed together. That's what kind of gives it that deserty look. So yeah, I have no idea where I find the time. It's just kind of
stuff. You make me feel embarrassed because if I have some button that falls off, I don't even find time to sew it. I don't even remember how to sew. And when I see you doing all of this, I say, oh man.
But I sort of partially get it because of COVID, but you also recently were traveling, weren't you?
Yeah. Oh man, I was stoked. So DroidCon happened. So they actually let us escape the country. So was able to go to Berlin. I don't think that would happen now just because of the whole surging, everything that's going on. So we just timed it right. But did DroidCon in Berlin, and then the next week was London. So we actually got a little bit of time to just hang out in Berlin until we went to London. So first time I've been out of the country in a year and a half, whenever February of last year was. So Yeah, so it was pretty good. I actually did a talk for both of those on app authentication. So I don't know if anyone follows the enterprise blog. I'm guessing no one does because it's kind of a really boring one. But we just deprecated WebView specifically for authentication in Android, which has been something we've wanted to do forever just because WebView is kind of not the most secure. There's a lot of, that's a whole other story. But essentially we're trying to push people over to using custom tabs because it gives you a little bit more security. It also gives us the option to be able to add signal gathering. So essentially what you can do with that one is you can see if a device is rooted and if it's like completely updated. So if you have some very secure backend that you want to do authentication against, you can make sure that they are kind of on the latest security updates and not rooted and they're not an emulator, that sort of thing. A lot of that kind of falls under like the SafetyNet API right now, but the SafetyNet API is mostly backend oriented and it's kind of a pain. So we're moving a lot of that more onto the device just to make it a little bit more efficient. So what we've been doing is there's already a open source library called AppAuth that's maintained by both Google and OpenID. And we put together a talk on how you'd actually implement that. I'm putting together a code lab right now as well, just because I told my manager I would, and I need to actually finish it. But it kind of walks through how you'd actually implement that as well. So whenever we do finalize this whole deprecation of WebView for then people will actually have options to be able to go back and do that. Personally, I think the signal gathering is kind of the coolest part in there, just because you can make sure that things are up to date before you connect. And it does support other third-party identity providers, so it's not just Google, which is kind of nice. So with Google, we have this terrible habit of writing all of our documentation, samples, code labs using only Google authentication, Google's like services. But we do have partners that are other identity providers.
Yeah.
So we were able to actually talk about like Ping Identity was just like one of our partners that kind of follows best practices and whatnot. We were able to use them as the example for this talk to show that you can use things that aren't Google for this particular setup, which is kind of nice, just because people kind of get stuck on the idea of, oh, well, it's all Google and this is and so how does this work? Yeah, and then what was the other thing too? We started working on, and we talk about this at DroidCon too, WebAuthn. So essentially how you can add biometrics to your authentication and how that's going to talk back to your app. So if you have like a fingerprint reader on your phone, you can use that for authentication rather than trying to remember your password 3 times and having to reset it, because including me, no one can remember their passwords for most things. So yeah, kind of a fun thing. But yeah, I got to travel and I was stoked.
But we all remember our password, right?
Yeah. As long as you can use your fingerprint, you're pretty much solid. And then that one's a lot harder to guess.
Yes, also true. Yeah, so that is great. Linda, you said we had 2 questions in the Q&A. You only asked us 1 so far.
I let you sometimes to talk and I come back, I sneak in and out. So there is another question. I think you might have answered halfway, but just to be clear, I will ask it. Is there a way to try Firebase and Flutter for free, or how can you best start learning how to use both together?
Yeah, Dartpad is the easiest way to get started. It's why I was stoked to launch it this week. We've been asking for this for a while, from both teams, by the way. So I really don't like the name because it should just be called Flutter Firepad, of course, right? It's very clear that that's what everyone should use it for. But that's the easiest way because you can skip the setup, right? You don't have to set up Flutter and Firebase local. If you have them already.
I think Google finally heard me. I asked so many times the team for this because we are trying to do all these study gems online, and it's very difficult to have everybody install the Flutter in their computer. But how was Dartpad or CodePen set up? Plug in Firebase? So it was really difficult. So I think they got tired of me in the meetings, and in the end they made it come through. Yeah, thank you.
But yeah, I'm not completely sure how we convinced them, Linda, but it's definitely, I've been playing the customer for this one. So I've been sitting in like all these engineering meetings and it's like, is this good enough for you, Puff? Can you go out and do a talk with this? And it's like, and as I said, just last weekend, we finally got, we had a plan A and a plan B and we got plan A working. So I was really happy with that. And I now look forward to doing pretty much similar talk to what I did last year here at the DevFest, but now on Flutter, right? Which, sure, it still runs in the browser if we demo it, but then you can just take it out of the browser and you can run it natively on Android, iOS, or on desktop machines. That is really cool. Flutter makes it hard for me to build the ugliest chat app in the world. I also notice they always look slightly better than what I'm used to, but they still look. Honestly, any of the Flutter team are typically quite mad at me when they see like that I don't add anything more than the minimum, right? Because they want it to be prettier, and it's like, yeah, you know how bad it is for me to type when I'm live coding. It's like, shorter widget names, please. So. No.
To say, Paf, but I didn't want to, to hurt your feelings.
I'm reasonably good at live coding, but even I get nervous when you have like these long names that you need to remember. So when there's like all these
about making it prettier,
It's like, yeah, well, Paul is better at that. Honestly, last year he did the making my really ugly chat app a bit prettier, but then you get to the balance of like how much code can you live code, right?
Yeah.
Because I don't want to cheat when I live code, right? So there's no snippets that I copy if I can prevent it. And that's what I'm now probably going to be looking at going forward is, can we do a code lab where you do everything, but it's still really minimal? So maybe by doing some widgets that are more like pre-building those that are more tuned to what you would need, but not just for the code lab, of course, because that would still be cheating. So, no, I'm really excited.
Sometimes it's good to cheat because you save time, especially when you live code. You cannot have everything out of the box quickly.
Yeah, and the link I just shared to Dartnet, that project is actually running on our completely free tier, which also is the reason that I've been keeping an eye on it for a while in the past week to see how close to the limits of the free tier we are getting, but we are far from it. That's all good. It should, by the way, it's a very simple chat app, but right, Firebase has a free tier to get you started for most of the products, and this one is completely serverless. So there's no, or completely without a backend even. There's no cloud functions involved, which is why we can run it on the free tier also. But like in the code, I have some explanation of how you would expand it to be a more realistic chat app, because limiting you to saying, hello, developers, good morning, Firebase Summit is a bit. So, no, that was for sure fun. I would love to be able to do what we did last year at the Firebase Summit, Paul, but then in something like Dartpad, right, and sharing it together. Honestly, live coding talks are like my favorite, I must admit.
Actually, maybe we can arrange something to do with the GDG. Some live coding with Dartpad and Firebase and just to pick on it. I left the stage, but you drag me,
We keep doing that, Linda. We keep doing that.
That's definitely something you could kind of play with the whole Flutter boring show idea of, where you just kind of live code and see what you can figure out at the same time. So that way you don't have to prepare it. You can just kind of wing it and see how you can figure out.
I think they actually asked me to be a guest on that. I realize now I might already have said yes. It's been that type of half year where I get invited to these meetings and it's like, we're doing this and this. It's like, are we? Yeah. I asked you like a month ago, you said yes. It's like, oh, okay, then I guess we're doing it. Sure. I don't mind. Like, no, live coding is just the boring show is for me. Like normally my live coding is slightly better rehearsed than what they do there, because I'm trying to cover as much as possible in the amount of time we have, right? The simplest learning pathway. You might remember when we were prepping for Zero to App, right? It's very, it looks very ad hoc, but it's very well prepared essentially. But that's different from the boring show, which is like more, what Firebase would call semi-live. And that's also fun to do, right? You sort of know what you can do. And I love doing that if it's in-person meetups. I always love doing the minimal chat app or something, and then it's like, what do we want to add? Right? Because honestly, it's a chat app. There's 5 things that people will mention normally, right? And it's like, that's not hard, right? Adding sign-in, it's like, sure, right? It's all fairly easy. It's one of the things I love doing. What I do miss is probably what you have more, Paul, which is like the deeper dive with like a real project. Right?
Yeah, I don't know. How much of a deep dive do I do? Recently, I started learning Compose and foldable stuff, but even then, that's so high level for the level that I'm at. I can make a hello world app, but nothing too great. Actually did a code lab not too long ago, or a code along for another GDG group, where we went through one of the Compose code labs. And then I did try that whole, let's see if we can add some extra things to it. Completely broke. It was terrible. But it was fun. I mean, it's kind of a learning experience, especially when you see like, oh, hey, somebody from Google has no idea what they're doing either. So it's kind of fun in that sense.
It is my favorite thing about like doing things live at a conference is indeed when things fail. And it's the big fear of most people that like are not comfortable speakers is when things fail. And it's my favorite because the audience is just your biggest fan. Right? Because they people don't sit in the audience to make your life hard. Most people, right? It's like they sit there to watch you succeed, and so they're just trying to get you through it. It's so much fun. It can be stressful, I get that, but once you accept that that the audience is your friend, is actually it's my favorite thing to do. I really miss the in-person bits. I'm really jealous, Paul, that you got to go to Europe already.
Yep. Oh yeah, it's so different, which is great because you always have that person in the front who's nodding along with everything you say, and that is the best friend you can have when you're on stage. So yeah, that was always good. And then when something does break, you always get people that clap when something starts working again. So it just makes you feel better about it. Yep. Whereas a lot of the virtual ones, it's I hope people care.
So, I noticed that. Yeah, I noticed that last year indeed. Where it's right, we can see how many people are on the stream. We have no idea if they're just distracted watching Formula One, right, or whatever, right? It's we just don't know. But it's also it's indeed the one person nodding along. I have to latch onto that, right? Even if you're at I think my biggest audience was probably around 1,000 or something like that. People, right? Yeah. So I like actually trying to look into everyone's eyes at some point. With 1,000 people, that's going to be hard. That also means that the first person that you see nodding along, you keep going back to them. I do at least. I'm sorry. I honestly just need some focus points in the room, right? Because I want to look at everyone. I can't. No, I noticed that quite often indeed. But yeah, no, I really miss in-person events. I really hope we can do more of that next year. I know you and I were chatting about that a bit, right? Are things going to be in person next year? And of course, we don't know. Nobody knows, I think. I'm definitely hoping to be able to travel to some events next year. So if people are looking for a puff at your event next year, then reach out to me on Twitter. It's I'm always excited to hear about that. I can't always make it, and yeah, of course, with COVID, we have to see what happens, right?
I will be the first person there. In the
That could well be, Linda. That could well be.
In-person happy hour on December 2nd. That's way easier than doing a presentation, and you get a happy hour.
Do you think we need
it's
to
in
do
the
a
chat here,
presentation?
the general.
Yeah, no. Do you think we need to do a presentation? And I didn't say that, so maybe we can just drop by.
Yeah, I think we can just show up. It's happy hour.
Exactly. It's I'm happy, you're happy.
Yeah,
we can be happy for an hour.
I've actually never been to New York, so I think I should throw it on my list.
Wow, that will be honor. Anna, did you hear Anna?
That's about time, Paul. I definitely want to go back to New York.
The East Coast 2 or 3 times. So I'm originally from California, and then I moved to Colorado, and it's just kind of how it worked out. So.
No, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I loved the meetups that I've done for GGG, New York and the entire area there. So I would love to meet up again. Hey, Anna.
Just real quick, we are doing community building in-person happy hour, and there'll be a professional photographer taking headshots. I'm seeing all the social networks. So time to announce it. Of course, we'll have the virtual one as
Just
well.
in case you don't have headshots, then Puff and Frank and Paul.
It heated, safe, not too many people. So it's gonna be like there's a ski hut on the Upper East Side, New York City, that's outdoor, but it's tented and heated. It's very so that's where we're gonna be. or something similar, but something safe. Yeah.
That is awesome. I love that. How many people do you think you can hold there?
Well, we put 40 RSVPs and it's already sold out, so I'm thinking I have to add more.
Oh, there we
But
go.
I will always have room for you and Paul. And Linda, but Linda already refused me. So
No,
there is no space available.
unfortunately, I cannot because my husband has some many heart surgeries during his life, and I try to keep safe.
Yeah, of course.
For the time being until things get a little bit.
Yeah, well, we definitely.
And Star Wars costumes are always.
Yeah, I want to see the picture.
I can see Paul getting on the plane as a stormtrooper, right?
Yeah.
I like that idea. I'm not yet sure about December, but next year for me, it's like I'm really hoping we can get to travel again. It was my plan for last year. It's one of the reasons I essentially don't organize these largest events anymore for Firebase. It's like I was hoping to be able to go to smaller events myself again.
Right.
And then COVID happened, of course. So yeah, let's hope that things get
Well, our
better.
next big event will be International Women's Day. Women take makers. But
We find any
everybody is
occasion
welcome.
to
It's not
invite
only
you
for
guys.
women. Everybody
Yeah,
who supports women in tech is also welcome.
And we definitely do, of course. We actually had in our community week also had an inclusion event. Sorry, which was very well attended and really cool to see. It was actually really great to showcase some of the non-traditional leaders from Firebase also there. Right, not the Paul and me that you always see, but we had lots of women and people of color there represented. It was really cool to see this year. I love that focus.
I do hope that one in March, maybe, New York City is pretty much too normal when I walk, because I'm in New York City and walk on the streets. It's like before. It's really crowded. The places are full. So I hope maybe in March we'll be able to do something together.
Yeah, I hope so too. That would be awesome.
Yeah, I hope so too.
As much as I appreciate, by the way, being able to see so many more people online, just like that's one of the highlights of all the virtual events. Is that I can't see where people are joining from. By the way, people, if you want to tell us where you're joining from in the chat, I would love to see that. Also, tell me what time of day it is for you. I always love seeing that. But I expect most people to be from the East Coast, right, in this case. Sometimes we had the Firebase Summit keynote, the chat, and you could see people from the middle of the night, right, and from all over the world. And if we'd had a just in-person event, there was a lot of those people wouldn't have been there. So it's really still one of the things that I do appreciate about virtual events. That said, I also love to see you in person.
It's probably going to be hybrid events, I imagine, in the future. They'll be streaming to us in person.
I think so too, right? There's lots of discussion about I/O. I don't know yet for next year what we're going to do, but right, it's like, what can we do to still allow everyone to be there, right? But also, right, one of the things we've learned this year, especially, is that we've gotten pretty good at doing virtual events for the outreach part of it, for the telling everyone the new things. What we're really missing is all the feedback, right? You can see, because the Q&A is not as busy as we'd like it to be, which is totally fine. But normally, if we're at a in-person conference, like there's a line of people standing to ask Paul and me questions, right? It's like, and all the engineers that we have there. So that's the part that I think we as a company miss most about the in-person events, is getting all that feedback in. And
some people from New Jersey, Michelle and Patrick. And I see here we have from Columbus, Ohio, Raj Viru.
But do you see Clifford from Kenya also?
Kenya, yeah.
Nice.
What time is it for you, Clifford?
We are international so far.
Yeah, no, that's pretty cool. I see two chats side by side showing. It's really cool.
Yeah, we are confused also. Too many
chats. General instead. But I just attended the Chrome Dev Summit.
Okay, how was that?
So it was one-on-one meeting with Google, who happened to be in Italy. And I was very happy with that, because that's the reason, that's the secret why I go to Google I/O or Google Cloud Next. You can watch the stream anywhere, even before. But the reason is to connect to the product people, the very people who manage all the Google products. So I was very happy to see, now there's again, and I imagine more competition, because anybody can book the office hours, not just people who are at the conference in person.
Yeah. We've definitely been experimenting with these office hours. We had them at I/O from Firebase also. And we had them specifically for around security rules. There were 8 slots, they were all books. Only 2 of the people showed up. Only 1 of them knew what Firebase was, and nobody wanted to know about security rules.
Oh no!
So the team was a bit disappointed with that, and they've now actually been doing these outside of I/O, just like announcing them on Twitter, and that worked much better, right? But most of our engineers love meeting the developers that use the product in a somewhat controlled setting, right? Like if at I/O is awesome because it's controlled by space and time. Online it's also awesome, but then we want to know what we're talking about, right? Like that's the engineers do. Paul and I, you can just ask anything, right? We're good. Yeah, it's really, we noticed at conferences like I/O, right, in the Firebase Summit, that the highlight is like we're not being on the stage, but just seeing everyone, right? And everyone telling us what they're working on or what doesn't work for them, right? Constructive feedback is also great, right? Like feedback is a gift, is what we always say. And yeah, that's the part that we miss the most, because it's much harder online to also do the continuation, right? Not if it's in a video chat like we do here, but if it's in something or on Twitter or a mailing list, right? It's just much harder to get to not what you think the fix is, but what I actually think is broken about the product, right? And convincing our engineers of that.
Yeah, it seems like in Kenya it's past midnight. We have someone from Brazil, Joannis, Peter from Tatonian, and we had the speaker earlier from Amsterdam.
I saw that.
Samantha.
Yeah, because I noticed she was another fan, right?
Yeah. That's why we scheduled her earlier. So thank you for being flexible with that. So we have here from Westchester County, New York, Wendy. Then we have Uliana Popov from San Francisco, California. So we are a little bit all over. We have audience from all over. If we receive an answer from all 150 attendees, maybe. So. We will find out more. We have to be on. I don't know. Paul wrote something. I don't know.
Peter said he's from Tatooine. It's a Star Wars planet.
How's the atmosphere on Tatooine? Wait.
Oh, that's the desert one. So in the very beginning of A New Hope. Yeah.
Okay. Now you can see that I'm not a fan of Star Wars, so I apologize.
I see now. Yeah, there's 2 chats. I was missing one of them. Oops.
Yeah, we have.
Now I was hiding both of them.
We have Deepak from India, so yep. I guess we are closing the circle soon.
Yeah, no, that's pretty awesome. And yeah, like we said, that's the fun part of virtual events. It also makes it much harder to figure out where you want to speak, because there's no where anymore, right?
Right.
I doubt we would have a DevFest Northeast with all of the GGGs together if it was in person, right? There would be many more local, right? Because people would have to travel. And now you essentially, right, find people with similar interests, same time zone type thing. Right? And that is amazing about this. DevFests are honestly always some of my favorite season, and also for getting other people on our team to go to, because it's one of the friendliest audiences, right?
So that was actually one of my favorite things about it last year too, is it goes the other way. So we had a DevFest in Baton, which is notoriously difficult to get a visa for. So it was kind of nice to be able to talk to a group that you probably wouldn't be able to meet with in person, even if we could. So it's kind of nice in that sense too, because you do get to experience working with groups that you probably wouldn't have been able to see just in general during normal times. So it makes it a little bit easier for us to engage and actually support our community.
Yeah, no, completely true. I love that about it. I haven't done enough of it, so I should be yelled at by some people for not showing up on their DevFest. Not sure what you did, Linda and Anna, to get us to say yes again.
Well, we are very happy with you because some of the speakers
behind the scenes. We don't want to tell people about all the blackmail.
we paid you many compliments because some of the speakers turned us down, even though they promised. So we have appreciated your commitment very much. Yes.
I think Paul and I both appreciate actually sometimes doing something like this on a weekend because for me at least, work is less distracting, right? Like normally my screen would be popping up all over with people needing random things. And honestly, like my wife knows that I'm going to be busy for another like 20 minutes or so, right? And then we're going to do other things again. So like I want to say fun stuff, but for me this is fun. For her this is like less interesting.
Yeah, I think that was the reason, because it's a Saturday. Maybe people didn't want to sacrifice their Saturday.
No, yeah, I had to think. Last year, Sarah was here, and because I was after her, and I noticed that she just posted something on Twitter about Hanukkah being early this year, and some of the cake she was baking. So I actually look forward to looking at that also. Probably not today anymore, is my feeling. But
yeah, absolutely, Sarah. Yeah, we had some issues also with Debbie, but this year it worked out like a charm with practice. So thank you for showing up for the rehearsal too.
We didn't know the trick of the backstage, so if you click outside of the backstage, you become a regular attendee, and I didn't know that, That's why I stress it out this time so many times to everybody. I think everybody hates me now.
I know this platform was took some getting used to indeed. Hey, I see that we have somebody from Morocco also, which is pretty awesome. What time is it in Morocco, Mart? Lamliki, sorry, I see.
7 hours from here, I think. Maybe 6 from me.
It's probably 10 for me, is my feeling.
Yeah, I feel like it's 8:30 in Morocco, but I'm not 100% on that.
We can Google it.
Anyway.
Yeah, that's also true. I always like it when people type it on their own. We can do one of those. Since we have people in the chat, I'm going to call you out on it. We'll see if anyone does. We all watched the Firebase Summit keynote, of course, right? Yes, we did. Yes, we did. I want everyone to type their favorite announcement from Firebase in the chat, and we gave you one already. So if you don't know, you can just say Dartpad, right? And you're good. But type it in the chat and don't hit enter yet. We're all going to hit enter at the same time. So I'm going to type my favorite announcement, and
let's don't break the chat.
Wouldn't that be awesome, Linda, if we could break the chat? It's like, that both, right? All four of us would be finding bugs, right? If that's the case, it's like we broke the chat. Also would prove that it's not running on Firebase, of course. So, okay, everyone has typed it, I hope. Like, Paul, did you type yours? Not yet. As I said, you can all type Dartpad. It's fine. Okay, and I'm going to count us down, right? We're going to do 3, 2, 1, and then we all hit enter. Is that okay? So we're going to do 3, 2, 1, enter. Oh, I think we're spread out over a few things. See, everyone is way too afraid to type things in the chat. We need to work on that. This is why we need the voting app from last year, Paul. There was actually at Cloud Next a new audience participation tool being presented that looked like the much better version of what you and I were building. And last year,
we use different chats. So
I was checking both. I was checking Stage and General indeed. Like, ooh, I like the extensions also, Anna, I must admit. There were lots of cool extensions. I keep telling the team that initially I was not a huge fan of the extensions that we built. So I love extensions to platform, but not the ones we built. Mm-hmm. I've changed my mind completely about that, right? I also love the ones that we built. I also love extensions as the platform where you can build your own extensions. And I think we should rush a bit on that. Like it's in a developer preview for like a while now. But I also love those new like big extensions that we are building. The ship engine extensions, for example. was looking for things to build essentially with them, right? They look like it's 5 lines of code to do something that would take me a day to build otherwise. It was really cool to see. And a lot of these extensions work, right? They're often cloud functions behind the scenes, right? So it's like you write something to the database and then it kicks off a process, and the process then writes a response to the database. So you're using your database as an API gateway, we say, which is a pattern we see a lot nowadays. I really love that one.
Yeah, I don't know if you're able to say or not, but is there a timeline for that opening yet? Or I mean, so when I did a bunch of the extensions, just kind of during one of our hack weeks, I thought it was really fun. And that's something that people would actually enjoy working with. I just have no idea if it's quite ready yet or...
It is. It's a matter of priorities. So this is a problem. The partner extensions are quite successful, right? And that eats up time for all the other things. So we did, for example, it's interesting. So officially they're in early access only. So you're not supposed to be talking about them, but you can very clearly see that I do, right? Because
well, they're on GitHub, if I remember right.
That's the thing. We talk about them everywhere. Like, but you can't just publish extensions on our installer like without an approval process. And that's actually the biggest problem, is like getting such an approval process in place, right? This quickly turns into like a marketplace, right? Like Play Store. And yeah, that is what is really hard. Where we are now is that you can build your own extensions, you can install them, others can install them by a URL, right? So it's making progress. And one of the things, for example, we just launched for everyone is extensions can now store their secrets in Cloud Secret Manager. Yes. I love these good product names. And before you had to like enter them in a configuration file or into a web UI, right? And now it's a very secure environment where you can enter them, which honestly was long overdue. Right? So we're now also going back to all the other big extensions and making sure those use secrets. And this is the type of thing that we really need there. It just takes more time than we'd like, in part because the partner extensions are just so successful, right? The Stripe extensions are being used a lot, and I see a lot of people not even mentioning extensions anymore in that sense, right? They're just doing payments with Stripe, which is exactly what we want, right? It's like, so it's turned into this like low code, no code initiative from Firebase, which I never expected, right? I like being wrong about this. It's like, right, it's high on my favorite things. But yeah, anyone can join the early access program and you'll get access to the documentation on how to write extensions. And if you don't know where it lives, then just ping me on Twitter, because I don't have the URL handy either. So, to sign up for the alpha program is firebase.google.com/alpha. I just don't know the URL for the early access for extensions. Essentially, the fact that you can build your own extensions is probably our worst kept secret, and that's good.
Let's see. I'm trying to find that link too, but yeah, I'll have to look it up here in a while. Yeah, we hide that way too well.
We do, and I like ask for it. Please keep asking in public. I do it all the time. I just get very reasonable answers about why it's hard. And like the more of us who ask, the more chance we have of like getting it more public, but it is already there. It's not going away, right? We love extensions. We are using them to expand the Firebase product. Yeah, I just wish we would share the documentation a bit more publicly. We are definitely like building extensions at a rapid pace. You could see at the Firebase Summit, right, that we had Ship Engine, but at Cloud Next we had Elasticsearch integration. So we had to think of, so before that we had Algolia, now we also have Elasticsearch. And yes, it's hilarious that we as Google use external providers for search. But it turns out that on Firestore, right, Firestore is a database that's made for like linear scalability, and text search is just different. So we love partnering with people there also. These are two great options for full text search. Right, we added Ship Engine, we added more payment providers for Stripe, and I already know that we have more extensions in the works. So. Okay, I think we're pretty much at time, Linda, or Anna, or anyone else.
Yeah, you covered it so well. I'm waiting for Anna to thank you so much. I really appreciated your don't turning up. We tried. Actually, you didn't say the truth because we invited you to another event and it was both of us, both of you. I remember that.
That's true. If I remember correctly, I was in Europe at the time.
Yeah,
so
I was in
I'm
Portland.
joking.
Yeah.
We are always happy to have you, and no matter what, life gets in the way. We totally understand, and if you cannot one time, next time, we sure we will knock on your door. Don't you worry. Thank you
I
so
love
much.
it. Thank you for having us again, and thanks everyone for joining. It's always good to see you all.
Yep.
Well, you're welcome to stay for the raffle.
Maybe.
We'll be including the speakers, right, Linda?
No, I was thinking to raffle Paul some stuff that Paul has there. Like the Firebase mascot, some Star Wars.
I'll also make something. I
okay.
I can make something that we could donate sometime.
I'm only joking. I know that you understand the jokes and you are enjoying the jokes.
Of course we are. Of course we are.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Look forward
thank
to watching the rest of the raffle on the stream with everyone.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yes, so now is the time for the prize. So
But
we'll start with the Google Hub
Before
next.
the prizes, do we want to say some announcements quickly? I will share my screen to be. In the meantime, you can prepare the raffle. So we have coming up the DevFest New York City, and Anna, if you would like to add a few words about it, the happy hour in person is sold out. I will miss it. I'm sorry. And there is a great lineup of speakers here, and please feel free to join. We shared in the chat throughout the day the link. Also, there is a bigger event, DevFest North America. We shared the link in the chat with you throughout the day, and if needed, we will share it again. There is a plethora of speakers that you can hear from them and learn from them. Some of them you met them today. Some of them you might know from other events that we had. Some of them you might know because they are notorious people in the Google in general environment. So please feel free to join them. They have the schedule is packed up, and they have prizes, and it's a 2-day event. Then what we have, I would like to again stress to thank our GDG leads for helping us to spread the word and making this joint event a better event for you. If anyone from our GDG leads would like to step on the stage and say a few words, please feel free to unmute yourself, turn your camera on. I will thank GDG New Haven, Manchester, Hudson Valley, GDG Android Boston, GDG Bronx, GDG Cloud Boston, GDG Lawrence, GDG New York City, and GDG Capital Region. Of course, our sponsors, again, a round of applause from all of us, from the bottom of the heart. What else do we have in here? And we reached the point of the raffle. We would like to thank again our sponsors for their generosity, for sharing all these goodies with all of you. And do we like to say what are the prizes? Wait a second, I don't remember. I have so many tabs open that here we have the prizes. Let me make it a little bit bigger if I can, so everybody can see what we have. For the raffle today, we have left 2 Google Nest Hubs Max because we already raffled one earlier. All of you got 30 days, I hope 30 days of full access to the O'Reilly library. We will raffle 5 ebooks. Then I hope so that all of you already fill out the form for the Coursera lifetime library access. Then we will have 2 AI courses, and ROI, we will have 4 on-demand vouchers for Google Cloud certification training, for associate professional and data, and for ROI training sweatshirts. I will share my screen, and I will hand it over to you, Anna, to spin the wheel.
Fantastic. The wheel is ready. The good news is that the Google Hub Nest.
I
Max.
want to say next.
It's a long name. It's actually reduced for Black Friday or something like that. So we can still raffle 3.
Oh, good news for everybody. So we will raffle 3.
Right. I saw on Best Buy that it's reduced. So
Even in Google Store. Even in the Google Store, it's...
in the Google Store is not. I mean, if you go pick it up in Chelsea, it is, but that's not what we're doing.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I won't be going to pick them up and then ship them.
Yeah. So for the Google Nest, unfortunately, you have to be based in United States. We have restrictions with the shipping. So please understand us. If you are extracted for the Google Nest Hub Max and you don't have nobody in US that we can ship it, you can pick another price and we will give your price to somebody else. But please let us know as soon as you see your name coming up. Otherwise, it will be lost. Thank you.
And now is the time to check if you find your name. Everybody that tweeted with the Northeast DevFest, thank you. There was about 50 people. So let us know if you don't see your name.
And also,
so
I would like
adjustments.
I would like only to add one more thing to the prizes. If you are a winner, please allow a week or 2 for the prizes to be rolled out because our sponsors don't work weekends. We don't want to work weekends to send out prizes, but we will definitely do our best by next week or the next 2 weeks to have all the prizes get out to you. And if you don't hear from us or from our sponsors after 2 weeks, please feel free to DM us or to contact us somehow, and we will remediate it for you.
Is everybody good with their names showing up?
Let's see the chat, what it says. Oh, yeah. Okay, so the chat, there is something in the chat. Let's see. No, this is. I think anyone have problem seeing their name on the wheel, or we are good? Can we start? What are we raffling first, Anna? For what do you like to?
To go with the Google Max, Google Nest Hub Max.
Yeah.
3 times.
Okay.
Are we good? I was showing the wheel, so I haven't checked the chat, but
yeah, I'm checking the chat. I don't see. Let's see. What is the link for what? I don't know. Where do we check our name? No, if you tweeted using our hashtag, you will be included. So we will give you another minute. Give me 1 second. I will post the hashtag in case you didn't make it. Where is the hashtag? I cannot even find it. Here.
So look in the screen if you see your name.
Wait another second.
Your Twitter handle, rather.
Yeah.